Good morning, everyone. My name's Tom Suter. I'm the CEO of the Advanced Technology Academic Research Center. Welcome. We've gotten a little bit of feedback that people are actually dealing with traffic. We haven't had to deal with that in a while. This is actually our first AI and data analytics summit since pandemic. I think the last time we had it scheduled was, and just to go back a little bit, if anybody wants to remember this nightmare, it was almost 3 years ago. We had a summit right here it was in March of that week the pandemic kind of got started. And we were here, we had, 200 people here, and we're all doing this kind of stuff. And it was on a Tuesday. It was like basically the last event in Washington, D.C. before pandemic. If you can recall, on Wednesday, the presidential address, we're going to have to shut down the country. And then I think some of us at least were at Wegmans at 6 a.m. the next day. But I remember the last time I was at a government building for at least a couple of years, I was at the Joint AI Center in Crystal City, and that was the last one. And I remember everybody saying, well, are we going to come back on Monday? And then they were like, the VPN wasn't working that great because everybody was working from home. So we're back in person. Good to see everybody. I'd like to thank our sponsors here. We got some great ones. Genesis, Informatica, Elastic, Aerospike, Talend, Alteryx, Denodo, and H2O AI. Thank you all for coming, and you really strengthen our industry side. I do have a couple of things. I got a prop. Some work we've been doing at ATARC around AI. We've done a few things, but one of the things that I'm kind of most proud of is we had a big group of government folks putting together our artificial and data analytics guidebook. It was something we came out earlier. There, that's Nicole. Yeah, Nicole helped put this together. Nicole was our working group manager at the time. But grab a copy. We're gonna have another printing. But it was, I think, it's some of the work that we've done. We've done a lot of work in our working groups, as many of you know, and we'll get some more information out about that. So anyway, we are going to start off with our session, and we already had to move a few things around. We're in this post-COVID world where if somebody is a little bit, kind of sick or whatever, we have to adjust. But the first panel, we're going to start off with Kirsten Eric, who's staff reporter at NextGov. If she can come up with our panelists. Or you're right in front of me. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Panelists, please come up and join me on stage. I'm joined by quite a few federal leaders. So if everyone could please introduce themselves, or we'll start with.
All right, my name is Bonnie Evangelista. I'm with the Chief Digital and AI Office with the Department of Defense. The CDAO is a new organization as of June of this year. I was formerly with the Joint Artificial Intelligence Center. My group, along with 3 others, all consolidated to start the CDAO. So I am particularly in acquisition and procurement. I'm running an initiative called TradeWin that is housed under CDAO. And I'm an 1102 contract specialist by trade, but have a lot of acquisition experience as well.
My name is Stephen Popersky. Excuse me, I have a bit of a voice issue this morning. I am the public sector CTO for Genesis. We are a customer experience company for cloud. We have a cloud SaaS offering, number 1 Gartner, 2 years running. And we are very focused on AI journey analytics and journey mapping as part of our introducing empathy into the experience for our customers, and it's something we'll talk about a little later, but happy to be here.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
I see heads turning in the room. I'm like the voice of God coming down. My name is Krista Kennard, and I'm so sorry I couldn't be there today. I would like to correct Tom. We do not live in a post-COVID world because I currently have COVID. So it is still very much real, and I'm really sorry I couldn't be there today. But I'm really pleased to be on the panel. I lead emerging technology for the Department of Labor. I am in charge of our Automation Center of Excellence, our Artificial Intelligence Center of Excellence, and I also launched and manage our Innovation Incubator here for the Department of Labor. We have a not large, but we have a decent portfolio of automations and artificial intelligence capabilities that I manage, as well as a growing team. So I'm really excited to be here today.
So for the first question, what emerging technologies has led to strengthening AI and data analytics? Data analytics.
Okay. Well, in our industry, in the customer experience industry, AI has been for a long time, bots, chatbots, introducing intelligent IVR, routing, interactive voice response, and it's trying to work on call deflection and enhancing the experience for the user, doing some more self-service. But it's really evolved to become part of the entire ecosystem. And what we're seeing now is an entire focus on making sure any information that's gathered or entered, during, let's say, a chat session, is immediately available to the agents on the other side. It's all about knowledge management today, and the emergence of knowledge management in a practice we're seeing is driving AI in a different way and how it's used.
So I have a couple comments on this. I'm seeing some people in industry, and again, just to reinforce, my comments are purely from an acquisition perspective. So I'm maybe not a technologist, but I see patterns and I see themes as I deal with government customers and the things that we're trying to buy, because one of the things you're going to probably hear me talk about is no matter like what the panelists are talking about today, all roads lead back to contracts. So whatever it is that's happening in the space, somebody has to buy it. So from a government DoD perspective, some of the themes I'm seeing are particularly around data. There's a lot of energy around organizing, modeling data, and structuring data. I'm actually seeing some AI tech actually questioning whether that's a losing battle. There's a couple technologies in particular that deal with knowledge management where their theory or concept is stop structuring your data. You're never going to win that fight. I have a technology that can still find what you're looking for in the flat, unstructured files and stuff like that. And I think that's really intriguing from a knowledge management perspective, which is a critical function, as one of my colleagues likes to say, to stop Groundhog Day from happening as people come in and out of an organization. So I think that's really interesting. And then as I was listening to you, something that I think is also interesting in this space is that there's going to be, or maybe we're already seeing, a little bit of a gap between professionals that are coming into the workforce of the younger generations because they've grown up with highly sophisticated technologies like voice recognition, like Alexa, and then they come into a workforce that does not have that. And I think that is something we're going to be grappling with more and more because their expectations are much higher than maybe mine or anyone else in this room in terms of what technology does in your daily life and how that should have carryover into their lives at work.
And so I'll jump in as well. And one of the things that I think about emerging technology is I agree with what the panelists have said. I think within the data analytics and AI space, the technology itself is advancing rapidly. And I think there's a lot of interesting space we could explore there. But I also think an emerging technology that's really helped us here at the Department of Labor with our data analytics posture and our AI posture is just being able to get into a robust cloud space, right? Unlike I think some agencies, we're not necessarily going to be buying a bunch of GPU or buying a bunch of servers, right? So having access to high amounts of compute in the cloud space that we can easily spin up and spin down to accommodate the small, medium, or large, or even very large amounts of data that we are housing and managing and utilizing to be doing things like training models or I think more importantly, gleaning information is really important. So we can't be having this conversation around what are the outcomes we're seeing through our use of these advanced technologies like analytics and AI without talking about the underlying infrastructure that helps enable that. And I know for us, cloud and compute is huge.
So knowledge management was discussed, cloud and computing was discussed. What does it mean to strengthen your agency's AI and data analytics?
So I actually just had a conversation about this yesterday in terms of, I feel like when anyone, whether it's at any level, mid-level project leads, senior leaders, executive leaders, like I think there's an expectation that AI is going to solve the thing today, like today. And so I think there needs to be a little more, you know what I'm talking about, Nicole, a little more of an adoption mentality when it comes to strengthening AI. AI is not going to solve the thing today, but you can train it to solve the thing over time. We need, I think, more having a more adoption-friendly culture and mentality where there's experimentation up front and then finding the blocks of success that over time, whether that's 6 months, a year, 2 months, 10 years, or whatever, that you can iterate and build upon, is going to strengthen how we not only adopt AI, but integrate it into our existing infrastructure, to my colleague's point, where like the legacy stuff is not going away anytime, at least from a military perspective. Like we can't just throw that out today and start with whatever, you know, that we're having the same conversation right now between, if you're familiar with Kubernetes versus VM, virtual machines and stuff like that, like the VMs are not going away today. They might over time. So like working toward Kubernetes is great, but how do we solve the legacy problem in the meantime? So integrating and so finding those models or methodologies that allow us to adopt things early and integrate it over a period of time, I think is the key to one of the keys to success for strengthening AI in our arsenal.
I have to agree 100%. One of the things we recommend is that crawl, walk, run approach. There is this common, nobody buys technology for technology's sake anymore, we hope. But nonetheless, everybody thinks it's a magic wand or it's a special button. I press the button, I fix it, right? I'm going to reduce in contact center space. Oh, if I put enough chatbots out there, I'm going to reduce my call volume by 50%. There's the right way to introduce this technology, and then there's the not so right way, which is you may cause more problems. But most importantly, if you're not taking a look at how you're deploying it, and you don't have measurable outcomes and objectives when you do this, you really have no idea how well you're doing or whether it's successful or not. So the analytics portion of this is so important. And when we talk about crawl, walk, run in customer experience, let's say a contact center journey, we say focus on 2 or 3 key journeys. And in this case, if it's not contact center, whatever the technology is, take 2 or 3 really mission critical situations where you believe AI can have an impact, and then create a blueprint for exactly how you think you're going to deploy it, and then make sure there are measurable objectives so that you can see if you've been successful, and it is exactly that iterative process. You're going to learn a lot, and maybe some surprises, right? Which is, I didn't need to do what I'm doing right now. It's not effective, or look what I've uncovered, the analytics piece. And if you're not touching the rest of the infrastructure while you're doing that piece, you may be missing some of the dependencies. So it's really important to try and really work on that holistic view. You can't really deploy this technology in a silo anymore because there's so many dependencies.
And I'll just echo what my colleagues have said, right? I think what you've heard both of them talk about is really 2 key things that are important for strengthening your AI posture. First is the technology itself, and recognizing that just because you all of a sudden buy a piece of AI or buy this really cool data analytics tool or capability doesn't mean that all of a sudden it's going to magically solve your problems, right? There is a methodology for adopting these new technologies. And then the second part is culture, right? It doesn't matter if you buy the greatest technology in the world, if you don't implement that in a culture that is ready to receive it, that is ready to learn about it, learn how to interact with it, and learn how to make it a part of their existing processes and their existing workflows, you've done exactly what my colleague here said, is you've bought technology for the sake of technology, which is what we don't want to be doing, and it's not effective, right? So really enabling and educating people about the technology as we're bringing it in, so that they take ownership of the new technology and are able to implement it and utilize it to really see the benefits that it can bring.
So everyone discussed this idea of AI and it's this technology not solving problems right away, but where do you see the future of AI and data analytics?
Take a stab.
Sure. I don't know if anyone has seen a Netflix series called Lost in Space. And there's a scene where like this young adult pilot, you know, is using some, I'm going to say some AI-like technology with the mapping on the screen and stuff like that. And then there's like this older generation pilot that I'm not going to get into the story, but he was kind of lost and they found him. So he like is not familiar with the technology that the younger pilot was dealing with. And they're in this like asteroid field scenario, and the map on the screen is telling them to go left or something like that. And the older pilot's like, no, I've been doing this for, I don't know, so many years, and his intuition was telling him to go right. And there was an interesting conversation that I think is relevant to what you're asking, because the pilot was basically saying, like, you can't replace my experience with like what to know, what to do in the moment kind of thing, which is very relevant in a military setting. And I think that's how military operations are currently happening. It's all, most of it is intuition in terms of like what's the right decision. And the younger pilot was technically in charge of what was going on in this setting and stuff like that. And so she had to decision make, should she listen to the experienced pilot or listen to what the machine was telling her? And she knew her mother, who she believed to be the smartest like mathematician on the planet, engineered and coded the machine. And she said, I trust my mother. And she went with the machine, and the machine was predicting basically in every direction every asteroid was going to go or something like that, based on the velocity and stuff like that. And she ended up making the right decision in the series. And I think that like something like that is actually where technology is driving us. Can we pre-position things based on patterns that are happening, you know, in the world or in the economy? Should we pre-position, you know, our plane over, you know, in this location or this submarine or something like that? I think that's the direction this stuff is going. Again, I am not a technologist. I just see patterns, and I see cool things in culture, like media and stuff like that. I don't think that's far off. That would be my take on it.
No, I agree. I think the future is going to be, you know, right now the path is how to leverage the technology to augment the employee experience or augment the, you know, it's not about displacing people, right? And so that's the key. You're always going to need that person to make that decision, but how are you leveraging AI or any emerging technology to be available to be relevant at the moment, right? So just like that, right? So if I'm, again, I have to go back to my industry, if I am doing journey mapping and analytics and I'm capturing all this data, if it's not available to the agent, what good does it do? It's nice to know that I could have helped that person if I'd known X 5 minutes ago. It has to be able to be done in near real time. And when you talk about the compute power and the analytics that's going to be required to make and render a decision that quickly to be effective, I'm not talking about flying a plane, I'm simply talking about answering a call. Nonetheless, this is what's coming. And I think it's really important that throughout this entire journey, the human part of it doesn't disappear. You know, we could go certainly into a number of science fiction future states where the machines take over the world. Nonetheless, I don't think that's going to happen, hopefully, but I do believe that we do have to make center and that there's an effort to keep the human-centered part of it involved at all times, because you don't want to become too dependent on the technology. Anything like any statistics, analytics, it can be misleading if you are missing a picture or a view.
Yeah, and just to play off of that, so a friend of mine who is very much a technologist, he tells me all the time that we have to automate the boring stuff. And so that us humans have the capacity to do more than even we think we're capable of, and stuff like that. So, you know, you mentioned infrastructure earlier, and automating the infrastructure parts that really don't require a lot of human, to your point, involvement. It's just tedious and manual and stuff like that. So if we can get to a place, I think that's where the AI is going to automate a lot of the boring stuff in our lives, so that we are going to be doing a lot more of all the other things you just said.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. And I think for me, when I look at our organization, what I think success looks like for AI in the future is the folks that work for the department being able to quickly recall or quickly find information or gain insight that they haven't been able to gain in the past, or haven't been able to gain quickly in the past, because the insights have been lost in a sea of paperwork or a sea of PDF files, right? I think that I see this really nice balance between people who are specialists and people who are highly trained to be able to make really important decisions, and AI being able to serve up the information that they need to make an informed decision, right? I don't see a world where AI is just making all these decisions for us, right? I really see this partnership where humans are the ones still making decisions. Humans are the highly trained experts, but AI is the one on the back end crunching the numbers really quickly, finding that obscure piece of information that we need, or pulling things together in a way so that we can make a more holistic and informed decision.
So Krista, you mentioned this idea of, you know, AI and employees working together. How do you accomplish that, whether it's through training, whether it's through other means?
I think there's a couple of different things that have to happen to get us there. And I think two of them we've talked about already, right? Is just starting to bring in the technology, and to start changing the culture. But I really think that we also have to just start trying things, right? And I think that government has done a pretty decent job of starting to experiment with how we might be able to do some proof of concept work, do some piloting work, even start adopting at more of a large scale AI as a technology. Because I think one of the biggest ways that we will change the culture and educate people is to learn by doing. And we're definitely going to make some mistakes along the way. I think folks have already made some mistakes along the way, but we learn from those mistakes, and we learn, even if we do a proof of concept and it doesn't go to scale, right? We need to make sure we're capturing those lessons learned and putting that into the next proof of concept, the next pilot, the next project that involves this, so that we're continuing to improve and continuing to bring people along as we bring the technology to the table, right? And what I think that does is not only make people feel more comfortable with the technology, but it gives them a sense of ownership for what it can do, what it can't do, and most importantly, what it shouldn't do, right? I think that we often have these conversations about how exciting this technology is, and we get really gung-ho about implementing it, which is exciting. But I think that we also need to be doing these controlled experiments and controlled exploratory efforts to identify, are we implementing this technology in a way that is not only achieving our key metrics that we're trying to get out of this, but also in a way that is responsible, in a way that is meeting our goals around responsibility and ethics and diversity.
Bonnie or Steve, did you want to add anything to that?
I do want to comment on the learning phase, right? So there's that macro discussion of learning as you go, but certainly the magic of AI is also the requirement to implement some type of iterative learning process as you're gathering the data near real time. The value to the employee, regardless of the situation, whether it's, again, flying a plane, taking a contact center call, or addressing a scientific problem in front of you, the availability of the information is great, but being able to adjust that. If I'm the employee and I'm a scientist and I see something that I might want to update on that because I've gathered data that maybe this was interpreted incorrectly, I can fix it. If I can fix it near real time, and make that, and that's an iterative process. It gets back into the knowledge database. The AI engine now has that available to present as well, and and chew on, right? And then make that available to the next person that's viewing it. So that iterative cycle that she talked about on a macro scale certainly is part of the technology implementation on the micro scale. If you're introducing a new technology, any new technology, but certainly AI, and you're focusing on purely metrics and the now, but not what's next. And this does happen, believe it or not, which is, hey, how many calls have how many passwords have I had to be able to reset? How many calls have I deflected? That's all I'm focusing on, right? Which is, what else could I be gathering? Then you're going to miss. So that learning process certainly is the most important part of the journey from the employee and training perspective, I think.
The only thing I would only add to everything that's just been said, and maybe round it out a little bit from, again, from the acquisition lens, what I think I'm hearing is, it's a nod to what both of you said earlier, like not buying technology for the sake of buying technology. So the way to not do that is to solve problems. So don't, at least from a government perspective, we're notorious for writing requirements. We think we know the answers. We do not know in this age, there is definitely a world where that requirements development is absolutely necessary. But when we're talking bleeding edge and emerging tech, we have to come from a problem-solving mindset, not a task-oriented or requirements mindset. That's some of the things we are trying to drive at CDAO and the things that we're doing. We're not creating enough environments where problem-solving is happening. So, you're talking about metrics. So what's the problem? What are those metrics, right, that are going to get us to fill the gap to that problem or that capability gap and stuff like that? Like, these are the things that we have to connect the dots to make people understand like what possible AI adoption might look like. Think of end
sorry,
states
I
and
just wanted to add,
outcomes.
because I'm so glad that we have a procurement professional on this panel, because you're right. Procurement is such a critical part of it. And so I think that another element of what I see the future of AI looking like, and what I think really needs to be a part of successful adoption, isn't just technologists being excited about the technology. It's bringing along all parts of your organization, right? Procurement professionals absolutely need, I think obviously you already know a lot about how to buy AI, but I know in the Department of Labor, we haven't done that many AI buys, right? So we still have a lot of procurement professionals that need to learn about this. I think our budget folks, people who do program and project planning, right? Even folks that you think wouldn't necessarily be involved in the AI process, I think need to be a part of bringing in this new technology, because eventually it will touch all of us, right? And all parts of how we manage just being a federal government are going to be impacted by this technology. So all parts that make it move forward need to come along on the journey.
I have to agree, particularly what you said about on the procurement side. I've mentioned this before, if you've heard me speak. You have to start with business requirements. They beget functional requirements, which then beget technical requirements. If you take what I have today, I want to replicate it or just improve what I have, and you're not really looking at what you need to do. Some of the things you've been doing, the only reason you're doing it is because you've been doing it that way. There was no other way to do it. So if you start to try and improve a process that is actually dated, you can always get inside that box and I can make that be a little better. I can make more, but perhaps I don't need to do that anymore, right? So you look at the technology from a business perspective. What are my objectives? That gets the functional requirements. What am I trying to achieve? Then you get to the technical requirements. So many agencies, particularly the procurement state, and AI is new, so you don't have as much of this, but it's still happening, which is, here's what I want. Tell the industry what you want. Now tell me where I get it, as opposed to, here's what I'm trying to solve. How can I do it? Those are two very different questions. And a lot of the procurement, sometimes for speed's sake, sometimes because the wrong people are involved. But we see too much of still asking for, telling us what they have, as opposed to asking what they need to do, right? And I think that would be a huge change, paradigm-wise, in procurement.
And it's not, it can be very simple. It doesn't have to be, I think there's a lot of weird connotations that come with the term AI, especially to your point where there's a lot of AI literacy that needs to happen, because it's not this weird thing that people can't touch. And you're absolutely right. Like, it's going to touch all of us. I mean, it is touching all of us. Like, it's very cross-cutting in our daily lives, and that carryover will happen, and it's starting to happen. So, I mean, you can even break it as simple as current state, end state. And I'm going to go back to my Army experience where, I mean, that is their doctrine, like in general for military operations, current state, end state, what's the gap? Like that's how they do military planning. And you can, like from an acquisition perspective, that's how we've started to try to articulate to customers or people that need things. Will be like, what does your environment look like today, and what can you not do today that you need to do, and what does that desired end state look like? And just asking questions like that opens up a new paradigm for people, and a lot of people are uncomfortable with it because, just from my experience, it's just new and different. And one of the phrases we say to them often, it's not wrong, it's just different. So just because you've been programmed to think one way for a long time does not mean this weirdness, is going to ruin your life.
And there's a bit of a bias as well, right? Digital voice assistants, everybody's had experience with Alexa or, hey, Google, whatever, in their house, on their phone. They're afraid, I don't want to turn on the microphone. They're always listening. Well, perhaps. But nonetheless, some of the consumer perception of what AI is going to make its way into the workplace. It always does, right? So you have to overcome that as well, which is, hey, we're not always listening. So there is, between the science fiction, the media that's out there, and the consumer products that are available today, and how it's leveraging AI in a completely different fashion, some of that bias still exists, and you do see a little of that when you get into the customers and particularly the government. They're like, do I really want this AI, sitting around and floating around my infrastructure? And the answer is yes, if you do it properly. But there is a bias; it's still out there.
Everyone talked about the, employee training. How important is it that learning not only is across the broad across the agency, but that within different employees' functions within an agency that it's specified? So like procurement is learning, technologists using it, and maybe that it's specialized based on their needs of their work in regards to that.
I will say, without that kind of focused attention to having all of the functional lanes, like kind of understand the goals or the end states that we're driving toward, and they're not willing to figure out, like, are my current business processes supporting that end state? You create friction, internal friction, that does not allow momentum to happen. So if the AI adoption cannot happen, right, if budget does not buy into this end state that we're driving at, because it's not about the AI, it's about the end state. So the AI is complementing or supporting the end state. So if we don't have a unified vision as to what that is, we can't get the momentum we're looking for and that we're seeing on the commercial sector. They all buy, you look at Apple, all of them, they all bought into a vision, and the technology around them that they're either inventing or commercializing is to support the vision. There's definitely a lack of that in a lot of our settings on the government side, because when we try to introduce technology, it becomes a check the box thing, or it doesn't become as disruptive or game changing because no one can do this alone. So all of the functional lanes have to have some kind of common ground to move forward, take a step forward together.
Give her a chance to speak. So, well, no, I agree again. The stakeholders and making sure everybody has got some skin in the game, obviously super important. But when you talk about specialization, there are essentially forms of technology. AI can really touch just about any mission and any journey, right? So whether it's a bot on a website or a more efficient way to load code or troubleshoot or do deployment in an automated fashion and do error correction on the fly. I'm sure there's automation and AI available around the procurement cycle, just from a metrics perspective. So there is all of this specialist technology available within the space. So certainly there's not one panacea. So what's really important, I think, is just the education. getting out there, getting the word, exploring, seeing what industry has to offer, and then ask some questions because, it's amazing to do some fun whiteboarding. I'm an old telecom guy, right? So when I would sell PBXs, I would sit there and I'd be like, what do you wish your phone system could do? What do you wish to do? What do you like about it? What do you hate about it? What do you wish you could do? And you get silly stuff like, well, I wish every time the phone rang, it could make a cup of coffee. Well, we can honestly do that. We always have been able to do that, believe it or not. Put an IP, I can make that happen. But it does get them thinking about what happens when the phone rings. You do these whiteboard sessions today, same thing, some brainstorming around what can I do to improve whatever process I'm working on? What would I like? And go out and see if it's available. You'd be amazed at either A, what's been done, or B, who's out there willing to try to solve that problem for you. So, interact with industry often and don't be afraid to ask for what you think might be unachievable because somebody's already dreamed about it and someone's probably working on it. So go get it, right? I think that's the most thing. Be open to the possibility that there's something out there that you didn't think was possible because somebody's developing it somewhere. And they will be happy to help you implement it, I assure you. So don't be afraid to ask. I think that's the biggest thing. Be open and be creative.
So I love be open and be creative. I think that that's something that government definitely needs to lean in on. But what I will say is, and I think the heart of your question is, I think it's certainly about educating stakeholders across the enterprise around what is AI and what can it do. But I think that there's this other element of we really need to understand how the technology works, right? And it shouldn't just be technologists who understand how it works. I think we've seen some very public examples of how AI has gone wrong because people don't understand how it works or they don't understand how their personal data is being used to drive how these systems are making decisions. And that has sometimes turned out very detrimental, right? And so I think that it's not just a matter of everyone needs to learn about AI so that they can learn how to use it. It's a matter of everyone needs to learn about AI because we are all going to be in a space where hopefully we will be using it in some way, shape, or form. And we need to be that check, right? We need to make sure that it is doing what it's intended to do. We need to make sure that it's not misusing data. We need to be sure that it's not leading to decision making that is introducing or enforcing existing biases, right? So it's not just from a AI is cool, we should all learn about it perspective. It's from a we need to be responsible with this technology. There's a lot of really amazing things that I think we're going to be able to realize with it, but we also need to respect the harm that it can cause. And we need to be really cognizant of how we implement it together as a team working together, right? From a procurement perspective, from a budget perspective, from someone who is utilizing the AI to someone who is building the AI.
And what are some lessons learned and challenges that we might face along the way?
I have so much to say about this. I'm going to try and keep it brief. I think I won't foot stomp what was just said because that this team of teams approach we're describing is absolutely critical. But I will say, like, not just from an internal government perspective, I think it's a fallacy to believe any one vendor has all the answers. So from a procurement perspective, there's one of the patterns I see is, and there's a lot of reasons for that. This is not me saying, I think this is, again, a cultural thing that is driving this inertia that I'm describing. People want, because it's easier to manage or whatever's going on in a program office and stuff, they want an easy button to just solve all the problems. And unfortunately, we're in a space where that's just not going to work. Or at least that's the pattern I've seen doing this for a long time. So having a community of vendors or industry, academia, government that just care about solving problems is one of the things I know we're focused on at CDAO and under the Tradewin initiative, because we do believe that this is a group effort. So with that, another thing that I think would spur some of this creativity you described is because there's a huge, I'll say, firewall between what industry knows and what government knows. So how do you break down or start to provide more access, whether it's data I call them problem-solving environments. Like, so how can you put data in a sandbox or something, right? So that like you don't have to be the incumbent, or you don't have to have domain expertise to just solve the problem. You can just see a thing and say, I know how to solve that problem. Like we've solved it over here in this other sector or something like that. So creating more environments where that kind of play can happen, that kind of experimentation, I think is really critical. And I think that's part of that community building as well.
Well, I think one of the other lessons learned that we see is that double-edged sword, which is you don't want to rush in and just deploy technology because you think it's going to solve a problem. If you do it without those measurable objectives, it can be a problem. You're not really understanding the value you're bringing to the table and understanding what you may or may not be solving. The flip side of that is you have to also, as you're deploying this technology, adjust your expectations accordingly, right? It may not solve what you're trying to solve right up front. It's going to require some tweaking. You're going to have to learn. There are many projects that get shut down because it didn't do exactly what was said. Based on whoever sold it internally to get that procurement done, right? Which is, I'm going to save 70%, or I'm going to reduce this many. You don't know what you can predict, and the industry is going to help you make, based on trends, based on your workflow or whatever you're trying to solve, what we believe the outcome can be. But you have to temper your, as you introduce this technology, you're going to be surprised. May be better than what you were expecting, may have a completely different impact. But make sure that you're open to not being successful right away, and also. The other side is if some people implement it too quickly, there's also the analysis, the paralysis by analysis still happens, right? Which is by the time it gets to the procurement cycle, that technology's done. You missed, like stuff evolves so fast.
Or it's been translated in such a way we're not even going after the thing that's needed.
Exactly, whisper down the alley, right? So, try to keep a focus on that as well. We really want to help in the industry side. And we know the DoD has all the secrets anyway. She has all the cool stuff. She's just not sharing. But we are here to help. But you have to take a very level set approach to this, right? Make sure there is some kind of measurable objective, and make sure it's a realistically measurable objective. So, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. But it's super important to have your expectations set across the board because you could be wildly successful if you can't measure it. You're not going to move forward with the project. If you set expectations at the wrong level in your organization, it might be doing great things. You're not going to get the champion you need to move to the next phase. So it's really important to do that with a planned, measurable objective, and then setting expectations. I think one of the biggest mistakes we see is everybody goes all in, and then it's going to solve every problem, and when it doesn't, they get very disappointed, or they just don't get to the deployment phase because they can't figure out what they're trying to solve. It kind of gets down that weaving.
They took on too much. They're trying to eat the elephant, I don't know, with one big bite instead of taking little bites at a time.
Yeah, so I'll echo that. I think that's one of our biggest lessons learned. I also could talk about this all day, but I think the biggest thing I'll focus on now is it's one thing to explore and say, hey, I have this business challenge. I think AI might be able to solve it in X, Y, or Z type way. It's a completely different thing to implement AI at scale into an organization where every single end user is able to interact with, utilize, make decisions based on what the AI system is that you're trying to integrate. And just because something worked in a controlled test environment does not mean it will work in production, does not mean it will work in an operational setting. And so I think to what some of the points that have already been made, that's where people get disillusioned by AI because they have all these really high expectations that, oh, we did a pilot and it worked for 10 people. Now we're going to let 1,000 people use it and it's going to work exactly the same way. It's not going to, right? And so I think not just adjusting expectations, but really doing a lot of planning to make sure that when you roll out an AI system at scale, it is able to meet your expectations. Because in a lot of cases, you are integrating with legacy data or legacy systems that are not built in a modern tech stack, right? And so you might have been able to do a fun, creative workaround when you were testing it out, but now you actually have to integrate with those systems. And that's an entirely different ballgame from a technology perspective, but you also may have budgetary and procurement limitations that don't allow you to interact with some of these old systems, right? So there's a lot to consider when you are trying to scale something that worked in a controlled setting. That doesn't mean you can't do it. I think there's a lot of ways to do it, but I think as was addressed, adjusting expectations and making sure that you are accounting for all of the different things that might go wrong or might come up that could cause this not to work in a real setting can really help make sure that what you are implementing at scale actually works.
Yeah, and I'll just to, again, I'm going to round this out from a layman's dum-dum procurement perspective. So a really smart person told me yesterday that AI is all about, like, all AI is doing is mimicking human behavior. And if you think of yourself as growing up as a child to a human, you are much different. I'm sorry, an adult, not a human. How long did it take you to learn the things that you did? And so managing those expectations, not just adjusting them. So as you're going into your AI adoption type of roadmaps and stuff like that, you have to kind of think in that mindset. And maybe it's not going to take as long as the human experience, but again, the AI is not going to know all the things on day one. So you have to manage people's expectations to be like, these are going back to your metrics point, these are the things we're looking for on day one. And when we know we're going in the right direction, if we're getting these types of metrics, over time, you start to see the AI will learn. If you're training it correctly, it will learn and you can start to optimize if you're getting the right metrics. And the anecdote I'll use is again, the younger generation is growing up with things like Alexa. Like, that is just a standard. A 5-year-old using Alexa who grew up with it and asks it questions every day, the Alexa that he used when he was 5 is probably a lot smarter than when he asks questions when he's 10. I guarantee you the Alexa is doing a much better job at answering that kid's questions at 10 than at 5. And he's doing even better at 15 and stuff like that. So having that kind of, if we can manage those realistic expectations as to how it's supposed to grow to get us again to the end state we're desired, and here are the metrics to support that, I think these are the things we just need to pay more attention to.
So if panelists, if you could give your closing remarks. Bonnie, I don't know if you want to go first.
I will say, I'll just foot stomp the problem solving part. So like for me, like if we as a government and industry have more of a, when it comes to bleeding edge, emerging tech, AI and all the things, if we can get away from the let's sprinkle AI on everything and just get to solving problems, and how do your solutions start to solve our problems, I think we can have better conversations around AI.
I think I'm going to drive home again the stakeholder conversation. This is a technology that will truly touch every part of the organization, procurement, budget, and the infrastructure side of the house. If you're using a cloud solution, there's still plumbing. You still need to be able to reach it, right? So security is going to be an issue. Networking is going to be a challenge. The desktop folks, anybody's going to be viewing this. If it's customer, if it's employee facing, get them involved early, because you'll be amazed at what they realize just by looking at that. Like, hey, this is going to impact me this way. You might not have thought about this, and let's think about it now before we deploy it. And because if you'd asked, I could have told you that, right? That happens more often than you think. Not everybody knows what's going to happen, but you will be amazed at, this is like any complex technology, it will touch everything. So make sure you've got a stakeholder from just about every group, and don't forget the users. So, God, yeah. Don't forget the users, right? Every technologist and decision maker can be there in the world, but if it's not practical, no one's going to use it. So for God's sakes, make sure that they're part of the very beginning discussions.
I agree with both of those points. So I think what I'll probably drive home on is our responsibility as a government around the adoption of artificial intelligence, right? It's an incredibly exciting technology. I lean into it. I want to bring it to a lot of how we are delivering on the mission of government. But I think that we all have to take that step back and say, yes, this is exciting, but we also need to be sure we're evaluating, we're assessing our data for underlying bias, what's in it, what's not in it that needs to be there, right? So that we are truly making the best informed decisions that we can based on the outcome of the AI, and not necessarily, and not just implementing something because it is cool, but really implementing something that meets our needs as a government, that helps us deliver on our mission, and it does it in a way that is equitable.
Unfortunately, that's the end of our time. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you. Systems engineering. approach to it.
Thank you, Kirsten. Appreciate that. As always. We've got an exciting next couple of speakers here, and we have Ron Thompson and Kung Nguyen with a tech talk with Aerospike. And Ron Thompson has been on our board. He was a GuideTech. He was on the GuideTech board, and we merged with another association, a government agency, a government association that had been around for like 50 years. So Ron's been on our board. He's been a friend of the program for a long time. And then he goes and retires from federal service after 30-some years, and he didn't stay retired too long. So good to have him back, and excited about your new role. And I can't wait to hear what you all have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom.
Hey, Kung, before we start, I think yesterday was a special day for someone in the room. Yeah, we're going to embarrass you. Yesterday was Tom's birthday, in case you don't know. So if you have a chance to wish him happy birthday, we can sing, but I know we have other things to do. Maybe we'll do that during another break, but happy birthday, Tom.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Tom, and thank you, ATARC, for this opportunity here. My name is Kung Nguyen, and I'm the VP for Aerospike, Public Sector. Joined here by Ron Thompson, but we're going to go through that pretty soon. But I just want to first start off by saying thank you to all of the veterans, all of the service members, and all of the government workers here. Your dedication, your sacrifice for our nation, our great nation, okay? But I just really wanted to start off by, hey, I am honored and blessed to be here with you, Ron, and I know that you've had a successful 30 years in the federal government as a leader, and it even started off as an Army officer there. So I know that you've gone as a leader through Census Bureau, through the IRS, HHS, USDA, VA, and then the last role was at NASA, right? As what there? As the Chief Data Officer, right. And the Deputy Digital Transformation Officer as well, right? Yeah. And were you also part of the CDO Council?
Yes, the Federal CDO Council as well. So.
And how long was that for?
Well, in 2019, that's when I was hired to join NASA, and that's about when the Federal CDO Council was formed. So met a lot of friends. I think the first cohort of CDOs across federal space is probably before me. A lot of them, the first, have retired now and taken different roles. So was really privileged to be part of that foundational work. Ted Kalk is the chair of this Federal CDO Council and doing an amazing job. So those that don't know Ted, make sure you make time to meet him. Amazing guy. He's a Navy guy, but anyway, we won't hold that against him.
And now you're the CDO for quantum space,
quantum
right?
space, yeah.
I'm sure a lot of people don't know about this new company. Tell us a little bit about that and your role there.
Yeah, when I was looking to sort of transition and retire around summertime, I got a call from a friend of mine, Steve Jerzik, who is the CEO of Quantum. And he said, hey, you know, we're starting this company up. It is a startup, so this is a new adventure for me. I've never been part of a startup. I've been part of an AIDA back in the day. But just looking at, you know, the space sector, the aerospace sector, you know, we're about $350 billion a year in the space sector. And if you look in the next 30 years, that's projected to be about $3 trillion. So the growth and opportunity on what we're seeing, and our company will be a satellite company. We will be actually processing data on the satellite. We'll be doing that analysis and sending back to the Earth. A lot of the ways it's done now, you may know, are observations, and then the raw data sent back for the analysis to be done on Earth. So we're looking at really innovation on pulling that analysis, pulling those data sets, and actually putting it off planet, putting it on the moon. So I'll draw some parallels with that from the last panel too. I think that would be sort of good, and really did everyone did a fine job on that previous panel, but just want to highlight a few things when we have time to weave those in. So
Yeah, definitely, Ron.
thanks, Con.
And thank you. So I would assume that you know a lot about data and bringing the A game to mission outcomes here, but I just wanted to get started here with some of the, I'm sorry, how do I?
Is that the clicker?
Is this the clicker here?
That's not like the remote at home of the TV, so it should be. There we go.
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
So I'm going to get started with some of the key data requirements that I've seen across the civilian, DoD, the IC space. Love to get your perspectives afterwards here, Ron. But as I see it, having that high-speed data processing, millions of transactions, billions of transactions per millisecond, right? Being able to scale to petabytes and unlimited scale as well. Being able to ingest from any data pipeline, any data source, any event stream, any IoT source that's out there. Massively scalable, as I was saying, you can't just stop at terabytes, it's got to go to petabytes and beyond that, and really have unlimited scale as we talk about satellite information, geospatial information, and ISR data as well. We definitely need to be scalable. Global data replication, movement of data from that tactical edge to the tactical cloud, to the core as well, and ensuring you've got consistent data, quality data, and accurate data throughout the globe there with that situational awareness. And then having that predictable performance as well. What I've been hearing from all of my prospects and people that I'm talking to is they don't want to have a trade-off between scalability, between performance, latency, low latency, and then reducing TCO at the same time here. So, Ron, what are your thoughts here with some of these requirements?
Sure. So a couple things I want to sort of highlight from the last panel. I talked about automation and really automating the routine. I think if we look at AI, ML, and RPA, all those things together in that arena, bringing in automation to the routine things, and we're seeing, across NASA, we saw the most advancement into robotics process and automation, right? Where we take the routine, mundane work and automate it in. We talked a little bit about the last panel about diversity and bias, a little bit about that, and I want to tell about what we're doing, or what we're doing at NASA. When I was there, we're taking a look at the makeup of our teams, making sure we have diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility part of the team members coming on board, and making sure those teams are really well represented. And then taking a look at the human-centered design as an example. We use that not only to develop our products in NASA, but also to do alignment. So Kung, to your point, and we could talk about each one of these things on Kung's chart probably all day, but I think it's the need for immediate accessibility for information, for data, I think, and looking at it in a secure way, making sure it's right, making sure it's timely, and there are different use cases, right, for coming and using solutions that provide this. But I think the immediate, accurate need for data to get that information into the decision makers, decision makers' thought process early is absolutely critical. So, I know you're working on solutions to actually fill that need for organizations, but I see that being really one of the top areas where we need to take a look at how we're doing information today, because you can't just send spreadsheets. You need to be able to get into those data, into that observation data quickly, right?
Absolutely. So, as part of that CDO council there, I would say that all of these 6 points here could be narrowed down to the 4 V's. Can you share with us a little bit about the 4 V's?
Yeah, I mean, you know, data practitioners, you know, volume, veracity, you know, and how data is shared. I think the CDO Council would really be taking a look at predictability and shareability of data, right? How that data is, you know, from a citizen experience, how that data is collected multiple times by agency, how it can be collected once and used many. So if you look at that, that interoperability piece can be absolutely leveraged. I think the bullets on the previous slide really fill those voids, how that can be done. And I saw, you know, during COVID, how the federal agencies were working together to share data, share bed data, to share case data very early on in the pandemic. We used the CDO Council to really share that data and make sure that you know, we had accurate data. So veracity is one of the V's. So the veracity and how that data is accurate and source it, you know, absolutely very critical.
Well, that's great. Thank you, Ron. And so real-time data for decision dominance is something that's so huge within the DoD IC space right now. Bringing in, connecting to any data source, whether it's satellite, base station, ground stations there for the satellite data. You're looking at packaged apps, you're looking at the mainframe, big data lakes that are out there, social media, the dark web, open source information. Looking at geospatial information there, and then being able to transform that data on the fly as you ingest that at scale, process the data, move the data from, well, going back to processing the data, is important to have AI/ML running on that tactical edge, and then having it run in a disconnected DDIL environment as well, and then being able to replicate, move that data to the source or the target areas in real time as well. I think that's pretty important for data, and then moving into data governance, data quality, data provenance, and all of that. And then the data analytics, natural language generated narratives leading to really decision in real time mode as well. What are your thoughts here, Ron?
So, you know, the way I look at it is data is a digital representation of either through observation or of reality of how we live today. So that's how I really look at data. And Kung, I like that chart. If we can go back one, yeah, I like that chart because it really takes a look at across all domains, across all endpoints of how information is used. And I'll give you an example, just a quick couple of NASA examples where this framework for decision making could help. So we had in NASA we have a problem with communication with the astronauts when they do an EVA, when they're outside of the spacecraft, and that communication we don't have helmet-to-helmet communication right now, and we don't really use AI/ML for speech recognition. So this is a real-time need. If we can take those two endpoints, helmet to helmet, and use voice recognition to you know, to sort of digitize that speech, a lot of the delay in the way we communicate goes down to the earth, goes back to Houston, radio goes back up, and we see a lot of garbled messages. You have to retransmit. We see a lot of lingo being used. So this, you know, this solution could really help that. And then we also have a lot of manual processes for our glove inspections when we do an EVA. A lot of those images now are sent down to the earth and looked at from other analysts on the earth. Well, we worked with a couple of our partners last year to do an AI/ML algorithm, matching algorithm, basically. This shows a wear in a glove and when you shouldn't exit the spacecraft, and that sped up the inspection time. So here's a real world example that sped up the inspection time of the glove from hours to seconds. So think about that for a minute. Hours to seconds, and the accuracy rate was 99.99999. So extremely accurate in the matching. And then, you know, like I said, how we're going to use satellites in my new company is bringing in automation for different use cases like fire detection. So we need real-time information that's accurate, that brings in other sources of data through other channels, and then actually across other domains as well. So it really is a harmonization. Where I see is a harmonization of how data is collected and what best practices we use, how we ensure security is at play. So all the things we need to do for the curating of that. But it's at the end of the day, it's ultimately, is that data correct, and is it timely, and is it in the decision makers' hands to make decisions?
Absolutely, Ron. So one of those use cases where real-time data drives real-time inference, more data to those AI ML models leads to faster decisions, right? Faster recommendations there. You brought up weather and climate forecasting, fire prediction, unmanned vehicles is another area, autonomy, right? Fraud and waste. Cyber threat detection could be another use case for real-time data. Earth science monitoring. What else are you thinking here that's not on this list?
Oh, well, what else? I'm going to sort of bang on a couple things that are on the list. We will see in our lifetime our advanced air mobility. We'll see the ability for me to leave this room, go in a automated car, and fly me up to my office in Rockville in a matter of minutes versus an hour it's going to take for me to drive. We need to bring in automation for that. The first A in NASA is aeronautics, and that's where the advancement for many of these technologies are being done, along with our industry partners. So we have to automate that. We have to make ethical decisions on how that AI is used. If it were to God forbid, we make judgments in our car every day. If we do have to have an accident, we make a judgment where to go. So we need that judgment into the automation. So that's one I'm pretty excited about. Earth science monitoring, we see a lot of changes in our climate. We do have to make sure we predict what those changes could be, and those models need to be accurate as well. And those models are based on historical observation. Correct. So you have to take that historical data and then bring it into an analytical capability to forecast in the future. So I like to describe hindsight, insight, and foresight.
I love
so
that.
Hindsight is obviously what is in the past. Insight is where we are today, and then foresight is in the future.
You got it.
Yep.
Thank you for that. And I was on a panel at TechNet Indo-Pacific last week with Lieutenant General Lawrence and Major General Pete Gallagher. Some of the other use cases were JADC2, electronic warfare, tactical edge, border protection, predictive maintenance, which is some other real-time use cases there. But just wanted to do a quick, I know I brought you out to our headquarters back in the June timeframe. Aerospike is decision dominance at scale, right? Where we leverage immediately actionable and historically significant data. We're AI ML agnostic, so one of our big customers, PayPal, they used our engine for fraud. They increased fraud detection by 30x, and that's with our partners over there, H2AI. In other areas, it could be feeding Big Bear, it could be feeding any AI ML platform that's out there, predictable performance. And then at anywhere at the point of need, whether it's the tactical edge, in the tactical cloud, or back at the core, it's where that processing needs to happen. We can run there with 80% less hardware as well. PayPal, big example of 150 million customers, all of those transactions, we were able to increase the fraud detection by 30x, decrease their fraud rate from 5 million per day down to 100,000, and they were able to do that with 80% less infrastructure as well. So we're taking these commercial use cases and bringing them now in the public sector space, and that's what myself and my team are here to do. But I thank you for your time today, Ron, and for your perspectives as well on bringing the data A game to bear and meet mission outcomes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you a question while you're up there and not out of government yet. Well, let's hold the applause.
Oh, boy.
Where do you think these CDOs, now that you have this perspective of being in government and now you're out of government, where should the CDOs sit? Should they be sitting, is it equal to the CIO? Yeah. Should they be under the CIO? Where should they sit? Because it seems to me that the agency's data is one of the most probably their most important asset.
Yeah, I think, Tom, there isn't one answer, one size fits all. It's going to depend on the maturity of the organization. But I remember, sort of taking this role, and, I've been a CIO at other agencies and done that part of our work. But really as close to the decision makers as possible, I would say. Now, if an agency has a good relationship with their CIO shop, close to decision makers, that's fine. But I think to really take a look at where data can be the most valuable for organizations, it is at the closest point of where decision making occurs. There's a lot of technical stuff that needs to happen, but it really needs to be, like Kung mentioned, timely, accurate, the right information at the right time.
Fantastic.
Thank you,
We
Ron.
can have a round of applause for these gentlemen. Thank you very
No,
much.
thank you.
Tom.
All right, we got a power-packed panel coming up, a CDO panel, but we're going to take a short break right now. It was my birthday and I'm on the wrong side of 50, so we need to take breaks every once in a while. Okay, we got a power-packed panel for you coming up here. We've got John Curran, who's executive editor at Meritalk, will be moderating. And welcome, John. I know that the last event we had, I've known John a long time. He's been a veteran of many a war here in the Washington, D.C. area. But glad to have you moderating this panel. I'll let you hand it right off to you.
So welcome, everybody. I'm very happy to be moderating. We have a great panel here with us. We're going to talk about AI principally, but the folks that we have here have such great backgrounds. So I'm going to start from here. We have Austin Gehrig, Chief Data Officer at the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, better known as SEC. Dr. Kenneth Clark, Assistant Director, Office of Information Governance and Privacy at U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Next down, Dr. Zach Whitman, Chief Data Officer, U.S. Census Bureau at the Commerce Department. And last but not least, Dr. Heather Martin, Acting Director, Office of Plans, Programs and Strategy, Directorate for Data and Digital Innovation at National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. I did you guys out of order. Anyway, first question for you to share with everybody is how you got here today. And by that, I don't mean by the Metro or Uber, but a little comment just by introduction on the career path that put you in the positions that you're in today. Austin?
Yeah, thanks. So I'm originally an academic. I have a physics PhD, and I did research. And so one of the things that I think is important, at least in the AI space, but also in the data space in general, you learn as an academic, it's extremely important to tell stories with data in simplified ways. And I think that is kind of one of the themes about AI, especially because it can be scary, a black box and so on. The more that we can tell the story of what's going on, I think the better we are, and the more that it can have impact. So I was an academic. I came to the SEC to do research. My research area was the automation of financial markets and the advent of high-frequency trading. Then I kind of moved up and started a data science group in the Division of Economic and Risk Analysis, and then eventually applied for and took on the role of CDO because of the Evidence Act, which requires all federal agencies to have a chief data officer.
Great. Ken?
Yeah, good morning. It's great to be here with everyone. I actually started in the U.S. Air Force. I'm actually 20 years retired Air Force officer, but I spent most of my career in the information technology side and working in the space business, the intelligence community. And then I went over to the White House and worked in the White House military office. And on the tragic events of 9/11, was actually in the President's Emergency Operations Center. And it is there where, when I was working with the Vice President and National Security Advisor, I had an opportunity to really see how information flows and the need for information to flow clearly and easily from the highest levels of government down to the operations side. And it's sort of, I guess, everybody looks back on 9/11 and again, the tragic events and how their lives changed and their careers changed. My career changed significantly there to getting more into information sharing and the policy side, and that's where I did a pivot in my career into information sharing, worked for the Office of the Information Program Manager for Information Sharing Environment, got more involved with other organizations such as law enforcement professionals, and then went to DHS 10 years ago, and I really haven't looked back. So I think it's given me appreciation to see how IT and business drivers and data needs all have to work together, and how AI can help enable many of those capabilities to occur.
Great. Heather, how about you?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So like you, I was former Air Force officer, was an Intel analyst. So for me, firsthand, I got a chance to really deal with huge amounts of data. I know firsthand as an Intel analyst for many years, the struggle of going through different types of data, having to go through it really quickly, find that one thing you're looking for, and then serve it up to the warfighter or the decision maker. So I know firsthand the value and how important artificial intelligence is. So having taken kind of my operational experience as an Intel analyst and a collection manager, the Air Force hired me as a civilian to integrate airborne sensors, which I jumped at that opportunity because, again, I know how analysts need to use buttonology. I know what their GUIs should look like and how they want to navigate different workflows. So getting the ability to really help the developers shape what the future ground systems should look like for DoD was awesome. Then I took that and spent some time over at the NRO working in ground system for the national side of the house, so getting to work with different kinds of operators. And again, kind of looking for those avenues of where we could streamline both collection and analytic workflows. And then, of course, at NGA, when I was offered the opportunity to now work not just the collection side, but the AI side of the house to streamline even more kind of workflow, both at the national level and then the National System for Achievement level with our counterparts in different mission areas, jumped at that as well. So that's kind of what led me here. I firsthand have a lot of experience on what it is, what the challenges are for an analyst, and the value of AI.
Heather, thanks for that. Zach, how about you?
The symmetrical panel, I was academic, so I think we've kind of sat well. So I started out in academia. My focus in my PhD was on spatial statistics, trying to understand the impact of natural disasters on the human side of things. So the idea of like fragility functions on things like HAZIS for FEMA, for example. Basically, the idea was, can we relate the risk into something more tangible? How can we help people make good decisions based on the lack of available data, or say, what would the cost be by not doing something? So that was really the premise for my idea. I always loved the idea of taking as many disparate data sources together and combining them to an applied purpose. And so like looking at geospatial data along with geographic data, social geography, physical geography, and then ultimately the economy was where this kind of nexus of analysis and AI really kind of started to bloom. From there, I got picked up as a consultant, and I was moving around in the public sector mostly, but also in the private sector. And I was working with the Advanced Analytics Group in Deloitte. From there, what we found was that we were doing a lot of these smaller projects, add-on projects to larger initiatives, which was great because we got a lot of breadth and coverage in terms of how we can apply some of these techniques to these local problems. But the problem I felt was that I didn't have that duration or ability to see the whole project through to the end. You ended up finding yourself getting moved a fair bit from project to project. And so on the side, we started to do a lot of these coordinated efforts between the federal and the commercial. How can we bring together those two groups into closer contact so we can learn from each other? And I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned. And so in engaging a lot of those public-private partnerships, I found myself interacting with the census a fair bit. And from there, they offered me the opportunity to come in to be their data officer and begin this long-standing need and desire to centralize a lot of our key activities. So our collection, our analysis, and then store, and then our dissemination ultimately. So I've been with the Census Bureau for around 6 years now. We've been trying to re-architect from this original design of each individual survey kind of operating on their own. How can we bring these data together and centralize a lot of these activities so that we can see greater interoperability, but also new product design when we have a lot of different frame ideas where we have a person frame and a job frame and a household frame. Can we combine those in new and unique ways that answer more tangible or valuable questions to the public and do it at a faster cadence? So those are kind of like the mission areas that we're driving at right now, and it's been great.
Fascinating. So obviously everybody has a huge data background, but and that's, a contributor to AI quite obviously, but today we're talking about AI. I was going to try to go down the row of people to see who was responsible for the most data. So I look at things like Census Bureau, that's not a lot of data, right? NGA, that's about as huge as it gets. ICE is a huge area, and SEC is gigantic for the data. So anyway, I won't try to rank them, but let's talk about sort of with that data background within the agency, working on AI, you have a pilot, and that's where a lot of ideas will start and initially get proven. Tell us about, just a little bit, what you can tell about moving from a pilot to a production. And it's kind of, it's a big leap. We're going to start down the end of the row with Zach.
I think people underestimate that move from pilot to production. I think that especially in the AI space, pulling together a model that's been pre-baked, putting something together, getting into like the fit of, pretty good, feels great because you can do a lot of really quick and impressive things. I think what you find is the tails are what get you, and in getting to those levels of confidence that you need for the requirement is really going to drive how easy it is to move from prototype to production. I love the analogy of automated driving where, you look at cars and they all kind of look the same, but then you throw a bike on the back of them and then all of a sudden you have a totally different looking thing. Getting to the levels of certainty that you need, depending on, again, the fitness for use, is ultimately the big thing. And then there's also the aspect of culture. You can spin up something relatively quickly in a small group, but then how do you inculcate that culture of we're going to take this new workflow and then apply it to existing workflows, sometimes in competition with current operations. So how do you manage that transition of this is a new way to do it? Can we assure ourselves that it is as good or not better? And then what's the purpose, why we need to potentially retrain a lot of folks to be able to pick this stuff up? And so you find a lot of institutional barriers that are almost greater than the technical barriers of, how do we make this work? And then also the point of explainability. You can find that a lot of folks just don't like the idea of this being not directly explainable, even if it does produce a result that might be superior to what you're looking at. But then again, it depends on context for can you even prove that? So I think there's a number of these interesting problem sets where it's technical, getting the tooling, little minutia problems there, to the cultural problem of this is a new way to operate, potentially a new language to work with.
Heather, from where you're sitting, the sort of pilot to production, and maybe a little comment on what Zach was talking about the kind of selling it to the human element in the agency.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So what I have seen, not just in my current organization, but kind of throughout my career, especially with AI now, there's kind of two things that I think really keep us from being able to move well from prototype to integrating something into our baseline and sustaining it, getting it out there, operational. Cost and trust. So, and the trust piece kind of dovetails into a little bit what you were talking about. The cost, so the way we do our programming and our planning in the government is a long lead time, right? Most of you know this. It takes a long time to plan for what you need to do. There's a lot of work that goes into justifying the money you're going to ask for, and going out and being able to really understand where you're at today with a certain capability, where you need to be 4 years from now, estimate how much it's going to cost to get you there, all those big milestones, all the potential roadblocks and how you're going to navigate all those along the way. So really laying out that long-term strategic plan of where do we need to be in 4 years, work backwards, and then kind of figure out near term, what do you have to do now to get there, cost estimate all that, get it through the funding process. It's exhausting. And once you finish, then you're starting the next year's process all over again, right? So the cost in and of itself, that is a challenge of just being able to really estimate what these things cost today, what they will cost, what we need. A little bit of the marketing, so being able to communicate to those that have the purse strings what you're doing in plain English, why you need the money, why doing things like AI is so expensive, and kind of really telling that story well so that you do get the money you ask for, so you can move things out of kind of the science project phase into, you know, really integrating those into the baseline and getting those into workflows, so cost. And then the second piece of that is the trust. So having been an analyst, you know, I can tell you certainly things that are going to help us sift through data, find the needle in the haystack. We're all about that. We've got semi-analysts in the community today, in the GUN community today, that'll say, you know, if you've got an AI solution, even if it's not perfect, I'll take it because it's better than what I have today, which is nothing. I'll take anything and I'll play with it and we'll make it work. We've got others that are doing really niche work, and it better be pretty good model for them to use it. So we've got kind of both sides. The trust thing, though, is a big deal, really kind of educating the workforce on, we're not replacing you, we're trying to help you focus on higher priority intel problems and kind of take some of those mundane things out of your workflow and let AI do those for you and serve them up.
Ken, so pilot to production, comments on that, but also you come up with something great and you come up to me as your colleague and say, I have this great thing you have to start using. And my response to you is, I've been here a long time doing my thing and it works just fine. How is that take on things?
Yeah. Well, John, good question. And it really just to dovetail what Heather was talking about, yeah, I'm a strong proponent that as you implement AI, you really need to have good acquisition discipline and good program management. I mean, I'm a systems engineer by my initial start in life. And I think it's important because if you look at the needs of a good architecture, I mean, you've got legacy systems that are out there, legacy repositories of data. And I think we know that AI requires so much data. And that data needs to be very close to where it's being processed. If you're distributed around the world or you're distributed, you're going to have to deal with the transport mechanisms to get the data. But, you know, that's going to be a challenge because you're moving from, again, the legacy models now where data has been so much distributed to where you need to have it in ready access to your processing systems for AI. And I think when in your second part of the question, a lot of it is, you know, like Heather was talking about marketing. I think really tying in the business need. You know, it's one thing to say, okay, I'm going to jump out and use AI. Okay, but what is the business need? What are you trying to do that you can't do? And I know we've got some conversations maybe future to talk about that, but really you've got to understand what what that customer that is asking you, well, what do they need? What are they trying to solve? Can it be solved by AI? And also making sure you're factoring in all the bias considerations. Again, this goes back to data. The more data you have, the lower probability you're going to have of bias issues. So you need to make sure you have enough data to avoid those bias issues. But you need to understand, well, what's the environment that client is working in, who's asking, why do I need AI and such?
Austin, at SEC, putting an AI project into place, a little comment on, you know, sort of going from pilot to more than that, but also how does that go easy and how does that go difficult? Is there any distinguishers between those?
So I'm going to answer maybe a slightly different question. So as Chief Data Officer, I have oversight over the entire life cycle of data, you know, from the input of data all the way until You get insights through analytics. And AI is an extremely important part of that. And in fact, it makes everything else healthier. So I want to describe a little bit about that and a little bit about how I think of it within the SEC, but I think also is relatable across the federal government, maybe not as much in industry, and I'll get to that in just a second. But it starts with the collection of information. You want to collect information in a way that is structured, machine readable, interoperable with other data sets, so a common schema across all the data that you collect and so on. And in the federal government, we have a unique position that we set up rules, and those rules specify those things. So we get to decide that. And I know in industry, you're kind of given the data, and whatever you can find, you shove it in and you do the best you can on the back end. Well, we need to do a really good job in the federal space of structuring the information appropriately at the beginning. Sometimes it's only for our own consumption, but a lot of the times it's for consumption for the public. So it ends up being a public good if we do that correctly. Second, so it's that entire kind of like data pipeline. Once you have that set up in an automated, structured, and kind of interoperable way, then you can scale with AI a number of different use cases that exist in your agency. And I consider that kind of the production and scaling, as opposed to from one pilot with one use case to like a production system with a use case. You know, as CDO, I'm looking across everything. And if I set that up correctly across the data lifecycle, we can expand and make a use case much more broad across data sets, but then we can also expand across all use cases. Right. And you know, that requires a lot of work, and the challenges there are having good staff who can go around, figure out what the use cases are, where AI can really help, and then explaining the results at the end of it. So
right. So just on the topic of data structuring, you know, a difficult one. Agencies, depending on their size and what they do, there's quite a bit of silo of data in there, and it's made sense over time. It probably makes less sense now. Ken, give us a little thought on sort of taking the silos down between structured and unstructured.
Yeah, I think, excuse me. I think AI has the benefit of being able to get, you know, meaningful data out of, you know, unstructured data that is very difficult to ascertain. So case in point, I had an opportunity to see some photo enhancement capabilities where literally the photo was dark. I mean, it was in a dark room, and you could just barely see something in there. And then the algorithms were able to actually differentiate and be able to pull out through the pixels analysis and such, and you could actually see a person of interest that was in there. I mean, it was fantastic, and it was a pretty serious crime. And again, this was a camera that was a regular surveillance camera, and it just happened to be dark. But being able to get criminals through enhanced technologies like AI is very important. You know, I think when you're looking at, you know, I mentioned the following acquisition process. I think you really need, if you're looking at how you're going to work with all the different types of data, it's important to have a good collaborative linkage between not only your chief information officers, your IT folks, but the business users, as well as, of course, the compliance organizations, which I represent. And having that uniform approach is important as you're looking at the different types of data. And of course, you know, what's the business drivers that you have for the type of data you have. Some of the data we have is, you know, it's very structured. It's in the repositories, the database. Our agents are able to input it in there. And then there's other data, like I said, you know, like photos that are going to require enhancements to be able to be useful.
Right. Heather, much of NGA's data is image data, and so it at least starts off unstructured and has to be dealt with. A thought from you about kind of how that happens, and then how that leads into the kind of AI solution.
Yeah. So correct, in GWANT world, and we have structured, unstructured data. We have huge amounts of data, different types of, you know, data from different types of sensors, coming from different customers across both DoD and IC. So, obviously the challenge is taking the unstructured, structuring it, formatting it, so that we can use that to build models and do some other information sharing with others in the community. The challenge is many folks in the community are all doing it different, right? And so there are some basic things we need. So one thing in the GEOINT community we're really working on, and this year in particular, is for those in the GEOINT community, really kind of sharing what our data standards are, recommendations, best practices for organizing data, for structuring data, for things like data labeling. More and more we are getting asked these questions from folks in the GEOINT community saying, hey, we really want to share with you. We want to share models, we want to share data, but we want to know how NGA is doing it so we can do it in a similar way, so that down the road we're a little bit closer to interoperability, and when things happen in certain areas of the world and we need to come together and share models, we can do it a lot easier. So that is a big focus this year in particular. What we're trying to do is just kind of get folks in the community that are doing GEOINT, that are doing AI, get them together and kind of share how we're doing it, some best practices, some recommendations, some guidance, so that hopefully down the road we're all inching towards kind of the same end goal of some level of interoperability and increased sharing.
Great. Zach, when I think about Census Bureau as a kind of a layman's thing, I would think the data is like already pretty structured beforehand, because every 10 years you're going to reach out to a citizen and have them answer 60 questions. But it's probably not as easy as that. What's your thinking about trying to put more structure around the data? What are your processes for looking at that, and what are the problems that we don't see from the outside?
Yeah, no, it's an interesting problem. We have, I would argue, like hyper-relational data where it's very structured to the point where it makes it difficult for a user to sift through the amount of data and our lexicon. Our verbiage is very different to that of folks who may not know the census domain. They might not know, for example, the differences between, the decennial census and ACS1 versus 5 versus pop estimates versus, we have 120 different surveys that are running at different cadences, releasing data at different timeframes for different levels of precision for different reasons. And with that, what you end up with is an ontology that is incredibly complicated and information dense, requiring the user to know how the sausage is made. All of these terms are effective barriers to getting into the data, and also effective barriers from interoperating between the data sets. A good example is for economic data. They tabulate at the zip code, very natural geography, everyone kind of understands it. But zip codes aren't really a geography, certainly not a geography that census understands. So American Community Survey, which is like the long form census, tabulates at a ZICDA, which is a very, very similar looking geography. Again, defined in this idea of like, this is a conception that people would naturally be able to approach. I know what a zip code is, I know what my zip code is. But because we've labeled it something else, now I need to build an information or a knowledge graph behind that to relate these two things, either explicitly or loosely. And that's where we see AI kind of helping bridge that gap of, you don't need to know the 6 different summary levels that we have for counties. You don't even know what a summary level needs to be. That is information that you don't need right now. You want to know about your county. We should figure out how we can relate those things. And if you ask something that isn't necessarily in our metadata, but related to it in vector space, we should be computing that distance and saying, hey, you've said that you're looking for, what's my commute time from Germantown, which turns out to be like an hour and a half, I found out this morning. Why not just relate that to the different mobility tables that we have? Because we've called it something slightly different. And there are a million different ways with which people speak, and that evolves over time. And it's our job to make that data findable. Therefore, having a dynamic relationship layer where we can compute the differences between, you've asked for this, it's related to these terms, which have coverage on these areas. That's our job, and that's where we can see a lot of enhancement to that data and making it more findable, which is ultimately one of the things that we struggle with. We have way too much inside baseball metadata that even the expert user for one domain might not know about the other one. And so that's our job, is to build those translation layers and make the data more interoperable, either working directly with the data providers to define more consistent geographic terms, or to make looser relationships and allowing for these data to interrelate.
And I'll just tell everybody here, we have obviously a lot of firepower on the bench here. If there are questions, all I need to do is see a hand raised and ask away. I mean, we have plenty to talk about. Certainly more to talk about than to outlive the next 20 minutes. So if there are questions out there, it's time to get them in.
We got a mic over here. All right, somebody broke the ice here. I'll hold the mic. I learned from Jason Miller. Just let everybody know where you're from and your name.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jamie, and I'm from the Internet Archive, which is a nonprofit organization. We're launching a new initiative to digitize government documents and make them accessible to various public stakeholders. So my question is, for those of you who mentioned that you're creating public-facing products, Austin, I think you mentioned that this was something that your division was doing. How do you go about assessing public needs and making sure that the products that you're creating actually satisfy what they're looking for?
Austin, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, excellent question. So one thing is we're required to now do that as part of the Open Government Data Act. And so I have a lead within the SEC who is in charge of coordinating kind of all activities around this. And she's currently trying to figure out the best way of doing that. So one is through comments on our rules. We get information back whenever whenever we do any information collection, and we do many of them within the SEC. You have to put it out for notice and comment to the public, so we get information there. Another is to just track kind of usage of different data that exists on our website and so on. And then we also have like email addresses that exist on the public website that are related to either structuring of data or open data, and we monitor kind of the inbox and things that come in. And then I'd say the final thing is that, so one of the issues that other agencies may face as well is that, okay, so we're producing this information for the public, and you want to make it machine readable. How does that, like in the SEC, how is that going to help mom and pop investor? Because that's who we care about. How does that really help them? Because they're not going to use a machine to scrape all of that information and so on. And the answer is not that mom and pop get the information directly from our website and are setting up, scripts on top of it. It's that there are intermediaries that do that and then make the information accessible to others. So working directly with those intermediaries, those consumers of our information that we try and make structured and machine readable, and understanding what their issues are, because they are a very important part of this kind of ecology that sits in between us and the public. So that's kind of the last thing is interacting with them, understanding what their needs are, and ensuring that they get the things that they need in order to do their job well, and that's the marketplace. So to the extent that they're doing their job well, it'll end up on the back end, whether it's consumed or not.
And that's a great answer, and there's so much of what SEC does to make things public. That's its burning mission, which may be a little different for other agencies. So, Ken, what's your thought on that one?
So we, at Department of Homeland Security, which ICE is part of, there are services to citizens as well as non-citizens, and there's more and more work now making those services and required forms, getting information accessible now on our public website. But also, if you're looking at AI, of course, the executive order the president signed about that's addressing AI requires disclosures and getting the information out on how AI is being used. And you can even go to the public website and see what sort of tools we're using across all the different components, not only at ICE. So it's very transparent to the general public on what we're doing with AI, as well as, again, access to services that we have.
Heather, NGA is, fairly in the Intel camp, and so obviously there's things that can be public and there's things that can't. So what's your take on that question?
Yeah, so we do a lot with obviously industry, academia, but we do a lot to support local law enforcement, disaster relief, things like that. So we do through we have a large network, so we have a way of going out to the community, finding out what the needs are, geospatial needs of our law enforcement counterparts, kind of looking at everything that needs to happen, offering up those solutions, partnering. We have several embeds in different organizations on the law enforcement side too, where we have different relationships that are already in place, LNOs, if you will, to certain organizations. And then we also have a way of communicating kind of what we're doing to the general public. So if you go to our website, you'll see kind of there's a pull down. You can see what our tech strategy is, what our data strategy is. It's unclassified. We will soon be publishing an AI approach. We have one big strategy at NGA, so this will be kind of NGA's approach to AI. Some of the things we're going to be focused on, what our big challenges are, those will be in the document. That should be released beginning of next year, calendar year. So those kind of things on our site you can go to, anyone can go to and kind of see what we're focused on, especially in AI, and what we can offer those in the community outside of just the intelligence community.
Right. And Zach, in the popular mind, you guys do a big data dump about once every 10 years, but in reality, it's all the time. What's your reaction to that question?
Yeah, hey, a big fan. Hey, sorry guys, I can't see you, but we publish sometimes daily, and the thing that gets me, especially with interacting with folks like them, is persistence. We now have a space where a lot of these data products that were originally developed were developed for print, and they had that concept when they were formed. But now we've moved into the space, and this is long-standing, that these are digitally accessible platforms that come and go. And these are supposed to be these immutable products that we release, and we release all the time. How do I produce these data products that can live past the existence of the solution that allows to serve them, right? Like there's a classic example where we transitioned away from multiple subsystems that release data over the years, and you would find in these university libraries, these librarians would have these instructions on how to cite census data and where to go get them, and they would have instructions for like a system that was deprecated before the kids were born that were attending school, and so how do you keep these digital assets alive and persistent, and then also how do you maintain them as we do? We will oftentimes have to go back to older data products and redact a cell or two for database reconstruction issues. How does that interact with a archiver that is a third party? How do we, the Census Bureau, and maybe the government generally, make our data more legible to these large-scale data aggregators and make them in a way not just readable but also interoperable? So you look at data.gov, initiatives like that, which have a standard metadata, but they don't get to the content, unlike the Internet Archive, which will. So that is where I'm looking at in terms of our digital strategy, is how can we produce these products in a way that is more legible and archivable to these types of systems, rather than them just being the basic metadata about the product. How do we get that content into a third party's hands so that they can persist a record should our system go down, and basically federate that data as much as possible?
Right. We've touched on some problems, challenges of the job. Here's the tell us something good phase. Just a minute or two about an AI success story. And I won't call on anyone, you can just jump on in.
So I can give a couple of successes, maybe not in specifics, but maybe across what the SEC does. We promulgate rules, we then examine firms and registrants to see if they're following those rules, and then we enforce and set up investigations and then take action if we find that entities aren't. We use AI/ML across all. One example on the rulemaking front, we had a rule not too long ago, well, several years ago now, that was meant to make our public disclosures from public companies more readable and more accessible to the public. So we just set up is there a way for us to assess whether that rule is working? We set up a very simple NLP algorithm on the top to see the readability of different disclosures through time. And sure enough, that we did see a change in readability, went from I think 11th grade down to like 4th or 5th grade, in the sense of making it more accessible to the public. On our examination front, we've set up a number of supervised machine learning techniques that, based on previous information on firms that we examined and that we found some kind of deficiency, and we correlate that with different disclosures that they give us. There are way too many registrants for the examiners that we have, and we need to target them. So that's a very kind of clear example there. And then on the enforcement front, there's a number of different things, but one is finding needle in the haystack for market abuse and financial markets. We now have access to the largest financial market database in existence. It's just got the numbers here. It's 15 petabytes per month, 435 billion events per day. The consolidated audit trail, I see Bill's in the background. He's on my team. He's helping us in the SEC deal with that size of data. But in any case, finding the needle in the haystack there, extremely important, and setting up machine learning techniques to look for market abuse.
Ken, what's something that's working out pretty well?
Well, it's the needle in the haystack. Yeah, that's what we have to deal with in many cases with investigations. So much record information, data out there, and AI being able to go out and find that key phone number, that key address for a criminal element that's part of an investigation. But our Homeland Security Investigations Innovation Lab is just doing landmark work. And one of the most important mission areas we have at ICE is combating child exploitation and human trafficking. And I'll talk about child exploitation here as one of the most important areas that we see in our law enforcement work, and also where AI is really helping. You know, when you look at child pornography and child exploitation, the videos and the images are horrendous, just absolutely horrendous. And before AI, our special agents have to review all that and look for the predators and make the identifications, and having to look through these horrendous videos. I mean, we have peer support programs for our special agents so that they can, you know, these are folks that are fathers, mothers, brothers, uncles, you know, that, and folks that have children that they, in their families. And it's horrendous what they have to go through. But what AI now is doing is being able to actually do the searching where, and help the searching methods, so you don't have to look through the whole video as a person. You can find that type of image or the individual that you're looking for through the machine capabilities there. And that's one way to help our special agents be able to do the important work that they're doing, but then also, you know, they are human beings and having to go through that.
Right. Heather, what's a good AI bright spot for you?
So at NGA, obviously, we use AI, computer vision as part of our workflow every day. Unfortunately, in this forum, I can't tell you all the cool stuff you probably hope to hear of how exactly we're using it. But I'll share kind of one example that I think is really telling of where we're going with AI in the community, especially in the GEOINT community. So, you know, beginning of Russia-Ukraine crisis, you know, obviously, you know, we're all kind of, what does each other have, right? And so we had a lot of industry partners come to us and say, how can we help? What do you need? We have these tools. We have many, you know, research agreements, CRADAs in place already with members of industry. So, you know, people are ready to go. Across the GEOINT community, across DoD, NIC, same thing. It was, you know, everyone really quickly came together. Hey, what do we have? What are we all focused on? Should we focus on this versus that? And so, you know, it was, I think, a really awesome opportunity, really forced the community, those in the GEOINT community doing AI, to really quickly come together, figure out who has what solutions for this particular problem, this crisis, figure out how we can help each other, how we can prioritize, how we can synchronize, make sure we're not double tapping in things we're investing in. And you would think that's a really simple thing. We collaborate across agencies all the time, but as you've heard, we're all dealing with huge amounts of data, and GEOINT is a huge amount of data. And so anyone dealing with lots of data, anyone dealing with AI, there are pockets of different development efforts happening across all these different agencies, and some in different stages, right? Some have prototypes, some are operational prototypes, some are still not quite mature technology, and we're kind of wringing it out. So it was harder than you might think to quickly pull together everyone in the community, DoD and IC that's doing GEOINT AI, figure out what we each have, take that quick inventory, and then serve that up to decision makers and analysts that are working that hard problem of the world. So I think the fact that everyone was willing to really come together and help was great. And then the fact that now we kind of have a template or blueprint of how we're going to work together in the future. We just have to maintain it.
And Zach, briefly, just tell us about something that's working really well for you, AI-wise.
Yeah, I'll make this quick. The iPad's in the red, so all right. Real quick, the one thing that Heather's team probably does every day is we did image detection for change in development areas, so we could better target where we need to send enumerators out into the field to see, to knock on doors or to find out if anyone's living in a place. So for the decennial operations, this really helped make things efficient because we could have folks in a desk at home looking at a prioritized queue based on change detection from our satellite imagery or actually aerial photography to see, there's a new development here or this development has actually gone away. And we were able to use that to vastly improve our workflow and make much more targeted actions out into the field, which is by far the most expensive part of the decennial operations, is sending people out into the field and knocking on doors. So this was a really big win. And the other one isn't directly, but I think it's really great, is we built a data science training program in Census. We were able to kickstart this, and this has really been great because the Census Bureau is filled with a bunch of statisticians, but they don't necessarily have the Python or R background. They're SAS folks largely, and so building a program that helps people not only get more comfortable with these new tools, but also start to use data science as an experiment. Now the challenge is once they go home, do they get to keep using those skills? And that's the other nut that we're trying to crack. But ultimately, getting that training program in and having folks regularly go through that has been really great. And we've seen a great, really positive response to it.
Great. We're coming on time. We have about 6 minutes. If there is another question in the room, we can squeeze it in.
You're a little late. You actually have a few more minutes in that,
Okay.
since you started a little late. You're good.
Question over here?
I'm starting to lose some speed as I get older. Just your name and your affiliation.
Hi, I'm Shweta Malkar. I'm the Director for Data Science Futures at SAIC. Pardon me, I'm going to read my question so that I don't ramble. National interest in maintaining technological control and protecting national security can be at odds with corporate interest in expanding global market share and increasing profits. Large technology companies increasingly have resources and reach that rivals and surpasses some states. Your thoughts on accelerating alignment between core corporate and national interests? Thank you.
Jump ball.
So, I mean, maybe I can start. I'm parsing the question a little bit, but to the extent that corporate has certain interests, in the federal space, we have different interests. I mean, that's one of the main things that I try and tell my staff, is that, you're in a corporate company, you want to maximize profits. In the federal government, we don't maximize profits. We are mission oriented, right? And our mission is almost always for the public and for the public good. To the extent that we can team and or work with corporate for that mission, I think that we do it, and we want to do it. To the extent that it goes at odds with the public and public good, we shouldn't. But that doesn't mean that they're always not aligned, and oftentimes they are in the marketplace aligned. So I guess that's how I'd answer the question.
I'd say also, and again, we're, as a law enforcement organization, we work with many companies, particularly in the area of fraud and counterfeiting and such, and it's a partnership there to make sure that we're able to do the investigations for some of the, could be everything from the paraphernalia you're going to get from your favorite sports team to other types of information. So working really closely with the partners to protect their interests, but also even with COVID, we had situations of fraud with getting the funding and going to organizations that shouldn't have gotten the funding, and also even counterfeiting on pharmaceuticals and such. People thinking they're getting the vaccine and they're not. They're getting just sugar water. So being able to work closely with those organizations that are distributing that is part of our relationship with corporate America as well.
Heather, what's your view there?
Yeah, so completely agree with Austin and Ken. Same here. I will add, as maybe kind of an offshoot of the question, something we're looking at in the GEOINT community is trying to find that balance, with corporate and federal. It doesn't make sense for us to try to recreate what industry is doing, right? There are certain things that makes more sense for us to go out and buy and acquire from industry who's moving much faster than us. Agile software development, industry is all about it, right? The government moves a little bit slower. We're still learning Agile. You mentioned it. There's a culture change there within government of getting people comfortable with Agile and moving fast. So we are particularly in the realm of AI, really looking at, okay, where does it make sense for us, the government, to be working these hard problems in the AI realm? And what things should we really partner with industry and have industry do those things and not try to duplicate and invest money there, have them do it.
Zach, you're thinking?
We oftentimes partner with industry for data exchange purposes, right? Like with the economic census, we are constantly surveying companies, and as part of that value exchange, we need to deliver a good data product back to them. We oftentimes find our data products being a key part of a lot of different large organizations. A good example would be when you Google something, right? Census Bureau data is typically a backbone for a lot of these kind of quick answers. And we've been working closely in partnership with a lot of the larger organizations that have these ways in which these already established channels to extend the data. We oftentimes want to work with them to do what we can so that we're not expecting everyone to come to census.gov to, search something. We know that the reality isn't there. So what we need to do is just make sure that we do what we can to integrate with these third parties so that the data is more accessible. Ultimately, we just go back to the mission, and anything we can do to explain our data better, to service it better, to keep it updated more rapidly, and to reduce the complexity of it is something that we're going to engage with Commerce on.
Great. So I'm going to close this out with just a thought for you all that, you'll be here.
John, we got another question over here, hiding behind here.
Go.
Yeah. Go ahead. Just introduce yourself and your company.
Ken Farber with TextNet. Given all of your organizational experience with AI, do you believe that AI algorithms either already are or are close to being commoditized?
Great question. Commoditized.
I think there's a lot of platforms that have lowered the barrier of entry to building models, and I think that's a very, we have Alteryx over here, right? AWS has made a big play into that space. I think the challenge we need to reckon with is, do we know what we're building? When you democratize the accessibility of constructing these models and doing it without necessarily the understanding of what it's doing, you can sometimes create really well-fitting models in prototype that may lead you astray in production. And so I think, while yes, I do believe that a lot of this has been commoditized and democratized to a degree, where the tooling's much easier, the open source community is really vibrant. There is a tool, right? And there's double-edged sword to that.
Any more questions?
All right. Hearing none, let's wrap up real quick, the kind of 20-second answer. The audience will be here for much of the day. They'll hear a lot of stuff. As they walk out of the hotel and they go, gee, what did that AI panel say? A 20-second wrap for something for people to remember that's really useful. Austin, go.
In AI, sometimes simpler is better, and this goes back, as a physicist, I want elegant, simple answers. Simple anecdote related to that. So detecting spam emails, put an AI ML model on the top of that, very sophisticated. It turns out that the number of exclamation points is the answer. The number of exclamation points.
Science.
Ken.
I'd say no. I'd say first and foremost, know your data. For us, provenance, the origin of data, the chain of custody of information is so critical, and knowing how data moves, where it goes, how it gets into your algorithms and such. Again, I mentioned at the beginning the distributed nature of some of the legacy systems, and having your data now closer to where you process it. Also look at data inventories, data, so you know where the data is, who's got it, and again, tracking the compliance issues like privacy and such.
Heather, one thing to remember.
So spend time with the user, in our case, the intelligence analyst, the operator, whoever's going to use that. And to your point, sometimes, these big Gucci solutions aren't what they need. Simple, more than 2 clicks, you've lost them. Keep it simple, get us to the data really quickly, something we can employ really quickly, not boutique niche solutions, but things that potentially are plug and play with our existing architecture are helpful.
Zach, you have the last word. One good thing to remember.
It's pressure. It's just a tool in your tool belt. It's not the end all be all, and use it in coordination with looking for exclamation points. It's usually a simpler signal you can pick up. You don't need to overdo it.
Great. Well, listen, everybody, thank you.
Thanks, John. Great panel. You lived up to the hype. Doing your first, I think this is your first ATARC panel, right, John?
The first moderating, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep.
You're 1 for 1. Thank you all.
Thanks.
One little comment one comment I had on the last thing. I think the government has to sometimes, you have to realize you get what you spec, not what you expect. So if you set the rules for the industry on what they need to do as far as the solution, I think that makes everything fair. Then that can also, they can still make money, but they're doing it under your terms. So anyway, next, moving on, we've got a couple things going, and it's really all about, with our attention spans, that things have to be short. So we introduced these tech talks that are rapid fire, very condensed, and we're going to do one now with Andy McIsaac, who is with Alteryx, Managing Director, Public Sector of Alteryx. And Alteryx has been a good friend of the program, and I get to give my shout out. Neil, are you here? Neil was he just left, okay. But Neil, who works with you all, he was actually my next door neighbor for 20 years, and he was telling me about this fantastic company called Alteryx that's been mentioned a few times today. But welcome, Andy. Really excited to hear what you have to say.
Hi, everyone. So we've heard, my name is Andy McIsaac. I'm the Solutions Marketing Manager for the public sector here at Alteryx. We're an advanced analytics company. If you want to hear more about us, come over and see us later on today. But we heard a lot about data and keeping people at the center earlier today, and I want to continue a little bit on that. The only question is, let me just, is this to advance? The middle button, okay, cool. There we go. All right, so data and analytics are at the heart of transformation, digital transformation. But with the COVID pandemic, geopolitical instability, digital resiliency is no longer a nice to have, it's a necessity. But transformation without analytics, the ability to access data and create insights, is really just digitization. Analytics is what really makes transformation possible. But unfortunately, and companies, governments, and so forth have been investing in analytics, but there's still a gap. 92% of organizations continue to invest heavily in AI and in analytics, yet only 19% can really claim that they're fully data-driven. this widening analytics gap conspires to impede organizational progress. The main factors causing this gap is the lack of analytic skills. We talked a little bit about that today. Poor access to data, slow and error-prone manual processes, and a shortage really of knowledge workers. This gap fundamentally boils down to one thing: a lack of analytics capacity within organizations. The International Association of Analytics has put together an analytics maturity model that enables organizations to look at where are they? Are they at stage 1, an analytics beginner, or at stage 5, an analytic competitor where they're realizing analytics nirvana? But what most organizations, when they do the self-assessment, are really early in the stages, about a 2.2. And what happens there is, why is this happening? Why is it so low? Well, across our experience, with over 8,000 installed customers across the globe, we see a pattern of 3 common reasons. Organizations are struggling with complexities around analytics tools and processes. 2, around the people involved in these processes. And 3, around the infrastructure that supports them. So let's talk about some of these challenges that many of your organizations are facing as well. First of all, you look at the average analytic requires about 6 inputs, 6 different sources of data coming from, and they could be all different things. It could be structured, unstructured, and so forth. And then you have to use 4 to 7 different analytic tools just to get that data, to get the insight from that data. And each one of these inputs and tools and so forth does also require different outputs. Somebody wants it in PDF, somebody wants it in a Tableau dashboard, somebody wants it in a spreadsheet, right? And then it takes a significant amount of human effort to keep track of all these different resources, these different data sources and endpoints, and really to successfully operate all these requires a lot of manual manipulation. For example, we know that business users have an over-reliance on spreadsheets, and spreadsheets are inefficient and error-prone. In fact, the IDC estimates there are 78 million advanced data workers, such as business analysts, a lot of them are there in your organizations, who waste more than 7 hours a week doing repetitive manual data task processes in spreadsheets. And spreadsheets can be error-prone. You miss cut and paste one column into something where it shouldn't be, and you could be in for a whole world of hurt. Well, this really brings us to reason why, number 2, why most organizations score low on the analytics maturity map. Okay. Right, just one. Okay. Okay, well, if we look at how most organizations operate, analytics processes are really based off legacy tools, waterfall methods, and manual steps that can't keep pace with the modern economy. As you can see, a recent IDC survey showed that the average organization is using more than 4 different analytics tools and so forth. But what's happening is there's this growing divide between the technology and the non-expert users. You're really your knowledge workers, right? Those who know the business, right? Who have the questions that they need to ask on a daily basis, a weekly basis, and so forth. But what's happening is that you're getting all these questions being thrown at your highly trained data scientists, your highly trained data resources, who just don't have the capacity because there's not enough of them. And so we're seeing, we see these organizations feeling or really suffering from this organizational divide, this growing divide of analytics. Oop, we just lost the screen here. Okay. There we go. But really, there's a new way that organizations need to look at how they're leveraging analytics. And what we like to describe this as really the 4 E's, right? We need to make analytics available for all. And create the democratized approach to analytics and data. And first of all, you need to make it easy, right? You must make analytics easy. You have to go from data to insights in minutes and hours instead of days and weeks. The platform should be easy enough for anyone to use and have built-in smarts to increase efficiency. Secondly, it needs to cover everything. The platform needs to cover the entire analytic lifecycle, from prep and blend, from data access to ETL, to cleaning, to data enrichment, and to the analytics itself, including geospatial and advanced automated machine learning and business insights, and be able to cover all of that so you're covering that in one platform. And then it needs to be everywhere. The platform needs to be available everywhere for every data type and source, from your legacy and on-prem databases to the modern cloud data ecosystem, cloud applications, and even RPA. And really, you need to make it available and enable everyone, no matter what their technical acumen is, no matter what their job role, their skill level, their department, or their industry. The platform must enable everyone to participate and drive value in the analytics lifecycle. We aim to meet people where they are, and in terms of their skill, and their technical acumen. And I'll add a fifth one. It needs to be explainable. We talk a lot about AI, but AI needs to be explainable. We need to be more clear box and not black box, so you can explain the analysis and people all have trust. Oh, I went too far, so I'm going to go back. So I just want to say thank you very much. We'll be over there. You can come by and talk to us, and thank you, Tom, for having us.
Thanks. Hey, while I have you up here, what do you think is like the biggest impediment, and where should a platform like yours, whether it's yours or somebody else's, where should that sit? Should that sit with the CDO? What do you see trend-wise?
Oh, it's going to, the CDO obviously has a lot to do, but one of the key things we don't talk about a lot about the CDO is building culture, right? Building a data culture, right? So enabling a platform that more people can participate in, build up their data skills, in really get involved with the data, that's critical. And I think our platform plays a vital role in that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Tom.
Appreciate it. Okay, next we have a fireside chat with Rosa Johnson that I'm conducting. Where's Rosa? There she is, all the way in the back. Come on up. I don't want to hype this up too much. Came up with an idea at the last second. Okay. Testing, great. We got Rosa here, and this is one of the most unique ideas I've heard. So maybe, Rosa, you can kind of start and introduce yourself and a little bit about IN3, and then we'll talk about the Tradewin Solution Marketplace.
Okay, great. So hi, I am Rosa Johnson. I work for IN3, which is a nonprofit research organization. We are the marketplace manager for the Tradewin Solutions Marketplace that we're about to talk about. So I'm contracting through and through. I used to be in the Air Force, so I'm an Air Force veteran. I did contracting with the Air Force for 10 years. Then I moved and started working with the Army. That's actually how I met Bonnie Evangelista, who you all spoke with today. We used to work at DCO together, and now I work for IN3 as we help with CDAO.
Great. Is it warming up in here, or is it my imagination? We came up with this idea like 5 minutes ago. I don't know, maybe it's a keeper. So give us, so this Tradewin Solution Marketplace, just tell us what it is, and how industry and government's supposed to interact with it.
Okay, so, as I mentioned earlier, I am through and through contracting, so I'm gonna speak from my perspective, right? So in my years of doing contracting, which is about 13 to 14 years now, contracting, I think some of the biggest problems we've had is, it takes forever, to get something awarded, that's one. We don't really provide enough feedback throughout the process to industry. We could work better on having better relationships between government, customer, industry, all of that. And that's something that Tradewin, the Tradewin Solutions Marketplace is gonna provide. Right now, basically what we're doing is, if industry has a solution, you can put in a 5-minute video where you're pitching that solution, whatever that might be. We just started this a couple weeks ago, and in 2 weeks, we've already gotten 12 videos. So in 5 minutes, you just kind of pitch, what your problem is, and what is the DoD problem that you're trying to address, what your solution is, and how that solution is going to help that DoD problem, and how your solution also is different from any other solution out there. So we're doing this because it's a very easy and quick way for the customer to be able to look at this video and say, hey, you know, I like this idea and I want to move forward. And something that's different about the marketplace too, you know, if you go to contracting and they say, hey, you need a requirement, you know, we got to compete it. It's this whole long process. We move that out the way because in the announcement, we've already satisfied the requirements for the FAR, the authority for OTA. So once that video is in there and the SMEs that we have from academia, industry, and government, once they assess that video, if the customer likes it, they can buy it. It just helps the process move a lot quicker.
So Andy just did a video with Alteryx. Technically, he could submit that, and that would be like a demonstration of his solution.
Yes, exactly. So for IN3, right now we're doing like a pre-screening because I know it's new. So, you know, in there, like I mentioned, there's 3 requirements. Tell me what the problem is that you're addressing. Tell me what that solution is and how it relates to that problem and how it's different from whatever else is out there. If you meet that and you stay under 5 minutes, someone from my team will just say, hey, great, we're going to move you forward to the assessment. Then the SMEs come in there who right now we have a group of SMEs that we're training. Once they come in there, they assess it, they say awardable, you move forward.
So you do the 5-minute video and you have a contract that you can go and market at that point.
Yes.
What is the contract? Is it through the OTA or is it could be any contract? Or?
It can be any contract. That was the purpose of the announcement. So since we've already satisfied the federal requirements, it can be a FAR contract, it can be an OTA. So you can actually bring a customer and say, hey, you know, we want to use our contracting shop, whatever vehicle they have out there, and you can do that. Or, you know, the CDAO, we can work with Rock Island and we can use their contracting shop.
Sounds like too good to be true. See, I told you this was pretty cool. I've already done a prep call, so I had heard about it and know about it. What's the next stage? Like how the pricing, scoping out a requirement, does this kind of get you in the door to do a sole source or how does that really work?
So since it's, you know, post-competition, it won't be sole source, but basically, you know, as this is a new process, IN3, along with CDAO, you know, we're going to help work with industry to help them move throughout the process. You know, it's all education. I can even say one video I saw yesterday, the individual, he didn't even have a company on Monday. So by Tuesday, he had a company and he put in a video, you know, one-person shop. That person obviously is going to need a lot of help throughout the process. They don't understand, you know, any of the small business stuff. They don't understand anything about government contracting. And that's what IN3 is here to help them, you know, walk them through that. So it's going to be a process, but we're going to help them with teaching them the steps to go through with CDAO.
Great. Are there any requirements, like size requirements? I know you're looking for, you know, we always say the small innovative companies. Can they be the large companies?
Yes,
well?
Yes, large, small, non-traditional, traditional, you know, we're reaching out. You know, we want the mom and pops, we want the large. If you have a challenge or if you have a solution that can address a DoD problem, put in a video.
And maybe we'll switch over to the government side. So the government side is going to come to Tradewin through an IN3, and they're going to come up, hey, I have a problem, and you're going to say, okay, here are the videos you should look at as part of the suite of offerings?
Yes, so we are actually currently having meetings with customers and, you know, letting them know, hey, we may have a solution for you. You know, you can come watch this video. We hope to eventually start doing showcases where we actually show videos in front of a lot of customers. So the customers can come look at the video and say, hey, I like that. Well, it's already awardable, so just go ahead and buy it.
Yep. That's fantastic. What are some of the practices that will aid in the marketplace's ease of use?
So I think, you know, one big thing, I know that this is something that's new for the government, right? And a lot of times, especially in contracting, you know, we don't like to change up the status quo too much. But I think the more and more we show that this can work, and we work with the customers, we work with different contracting shops, we can help show that this is something that we can do a lot quicker. This will shorten the procurement lead times, and we can eventually move this into a better way of doing buying.
Great.
And I know you're setting this up and you've got some videos. When do you think it'll be, it's ready to launch now? I mean, when do you think the first procurement will actually go through?
So we're hoping that, as I said earlier, we're already doing a lot of training for the SMEs that we have from government, industry, and academia. We're hoping that they'll have assessed the first video by the end of November. We have 12 videos in that they're going to start assessing by the end of November. So moving forward with that, we're hoping to have our first video within the first awardable contract, either the first quarter or the second.
Okay, fantastic. I think we need to open it up to some questions. What does everybody think about this? Tim, do you mind grabbing a mic? Does anybody, as soon as the shock of this wears off, isn't it? It's a different way to do things. I kind of like it. Where did you come up with this idea?
So I definitely can't take the credit, but one of the IN3, the PM actually for this program from IN3, he kind of came up with this idea along with CAO. He worked with Bonnie and those, and like I mentioned before, we wanted to just do something different, right? Anybody who's worked with contracting, no matter what branch it is, we've all experienced it's supposed to take a month and it ends up taking 6. So we wanted to do something that's different, that makes things quicker. You're able to, get something into the hands of the customer a lot quicker.
Right. Yeah, we have any questions here. I think we're going to get a few.
If I understand correctly, hi, Mark Lewis with Quantexa. From what I understand, these are all considered pre-competed. You post the video, information on your company, and you can award, or your sponsor and customer can award. What's your vision? So how do you define success for this initiative, say 12 months from now? What is this thing going to look like from your perspective?
So honestly, how we define a success is going to continue to evolve. This is something that when we first put an announcement out on the tradewinai.com, which is where you will go to assess the marketplace. We put out the announcement and we asked for comments. What did you think, industry, government, what did you think about the announcement? What changes can we make? And that's continuing. This is going to be a process that we want to break, change. So what we consider success is going to continue to evolve. But I think what's really big is getting the government to adopt this. I think you told me earlier, if the DoD can agree to anything together, that's success, right? So that's one thing. If we can show that this works on the industry side, academia, government side, that's success.
Great. More questions out of there? Are people processing this? You're still processing? Okay. Well, I know there's if you need to process really fast, there's a couple companies here that can kind of do that processing really fast. Yeah, put it back in the booth. So a little bit back to definition of success. How many do you think, let's just say the first quarter, you're going to launch this. I guess we're going to just continue to iterate, and how many do you think you can put through this?
In the first quarter?
Yeah. Put you on the spot. We're in fireside chat here. It's very comfortable.
Okay.
Now it's heating up.
So, there's, I mentioned earlier there's 12 videos. To me, and this is speaking big, but, if we got all 12, that's success. But, being a little bit more, I think maybe 3, 6, the most we can get and we're pleasing the customer is successful.
Okay. So once you do the video, is there a profile of your company? What's the kind of the back end of that?
So when you do the video,
paperwork side of it, yep.
Yeah, so when you do the video, we have paperwork on the TradeWinIA site where you put in, your company information. We ask questions like, what's your current technology readiness level? Obviously, if you're a new company, you may not have any idea what that means. So we could help with that. But, we ask about, are you non-traditional, traditional? There's a little bit of paperwork in it. But, honestly, in my years of contracting, I would say this is the easiest barrier to entry. I know sometimes with new companies, we inundate them so much with all these questions and that we kind of push them away. But for this, we're not asking for you to do a video that you have a whole production team, right? This isn't Netflix. You could get your cell phone out and make a quick video. As long as the content is in there, we really don't care about how great the video is. We just want the content and we're ready to go.
Pretty good. I mean, you could do it today if you wanted to.
You could, just like the guy who didn't have a company on Monday.
Any more questions out there? Anything from the government? Do we think the government would, it's kind of, this is blow away to people. You've left them in a state of shock. Is there anything else you want to add about that we haven't covered, that you hadn't had a chance to cover, that you think would be useful? And what we'll do is we'll send out the trade win. We'll send out some links after this to everybody, government and industry, to, it's very simple to sign up for trade win, that's for sure. Is that the thing that, is there more paperwork beyond that you're going to send out? Go ahead.
So once you put in the video and you fill out your paperwork, there's no more paperwork while we assess it as awardable and non-awardable. I think the biggest thing I would say is, from a contracting perspective, I think this is a great way for us to also work with the vendors, because one feature I didn't mention, when you put your video in, we also have a comment section where, the government, the assessors, IN3, we could put a comment in to kind of help you along the way. So some of the videos I saw yesterday, I put some comments in there to mention that the guy that didn't have the company, one of the questions we ask is, who's your principal investigator? And, the guy put Bonnie Evangelista, right? So he didn't really fully understand what we were asking. So, one thing about that, I can go in there and say, hey, by the way, this is what we're actually talking about. So that's a huge feature, because a lot of companies come to me after the fact and say, hey, I didn't really get any feedback, about my proposal. Well, this is something that I can give you feedback as soon as I see the video. The assessors can give you feedback. You can go in there and say, well, let me make some changes to the video. I think all the way around this is a great way for contracting for, the PMs and users to kind of work together as a team to move this forward.
Well, if making a company and getting a contract the next day, I think that might be the world record for getting a contract. We have another question back here.
Yes, Kirby Klein from Customs and Border Protection. Now, are you willing to work with other government agencies to kind of do what you're doing with our agency?
So I'm going to, since Bonnie Evangelista wanted to stay and hear me speak, I'm going to give that question to her.
Yes, abundantly yes. That's the goal, is to set the model for others to follow. I hope we're setting the model within the department so other services can immediately utilize, so we're an enabler, but if there are other civilian government agencies that want to kind of follow this model, we'd love to work with them. The more demand we can create, that's how this will live on. That's how we create change, cultural change and stuff like that. So I think I was talking to my colleague at CVP over here, and we might be doing a collaboration on the digital lab piece, Tom, so make sure to set up that meeting.
Okay, so great. I got it tomorrow. I got to move fast. These videos are coming so fast, you got to move everything else fast too. Is this within the FAR?
Yes.
Okay, because we're always talking OTAs over trade win, but it's really like, FAR-based contracts too can be in the realm. So great, we're going to see some lawyers on this one. Yeah, anything else from anybody? All right, well, thank you, Rosa. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yep. So Rose is a very organized person. We were in the front lines this summer, translation, we were at a trade show. We were actually at a booth for Tradewin, and I would always, every time she left, I would mess up all the swag and take a picture and show her how the booth had degraded in her absence. She really likes me after that. Anyway, we're ready for lunch. And we want to once again thank all of our partners here. There will be plenty of time to talk to them. I know Dr. Ronzio over here, he's our keynote in the afternoon. He was talking about how he's going to go visit everybody. And we've seen a lot of the companies here get mentioned quite a bit. They're doing a lot in the space. And a lot of people really, I mean, heck, if they just film a video, they could do a contract with them, and by the end of the day. So it's pretty good. So anyway, we're gonna do lunch. We haven't run out yet. You don't have to rush out there. I guess there's a first time for everything. No, we're not going to run out of lunch. We don't do that here. And we'll be back. We'll let you know. Take your time, relax, spend time with each other, and talk to our partners. Thank you. Okay, did everybody get enough to eat? Anybody in a food coma? Okay, well, get some dessert in you. We had a really go special here since we've been eating all day, but we got somebody that's going to kick us off this afternoon, a good friend of the program, and I'd like to introduce Dr. Joe Ronzio. He's the Deputy Chief Technology Officer at the Office of Health Information at the Veterans Health Administration at the United States Department of Veterans Affairs. He's also a reservist in the Air Force, so it's almost like we don't know where he is at any given moment. He could be overseas, he could be in Oklahoma, you never know. But thank you for doing this, and I look forward to your keynote.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So, okay, gotta make sure I've got the right thing. Ooh, that's scary. There we go. So the standard disclaimer as a government employee, this is my thoughts. You'll notice I'm not using any of my department logos or anything like that. This is just kind of things I've observed through the years and what's going on. But for those who haven't heard this before, my office, we're looking at a crystal ball all day long. Our job is to look at where we need to be in healthcare, not where we're at. So we're constantly trying to figure out where we need to be in 5-10 years. Obviously, with budget cycles and all the problems, that's always a challenge. But this hasn't changed. I've had this slide up for now about 5 years, 6 years, and it still hasn't changed. And I got a very good exposure to it about a month ago. My daughter was diagnosed with appendicitis, had to have emergency surgery. It took them 14 hours to get her back to the OR, but still saw all that. So I keep saying this, that we need to modernize, we need to be looking for the future where we need to get ahead, but we're still using old systems in the majority of healthcare. In the VA, we are seeing a lot of progress, and we are seeing progress from specific companies. Obviously, the Apple Watch, I always have the latest and greatest, so I've got the Ultra on right now, and that picture's last year's model. But we're doing a lot more virtually. COVID helped move this needle a lot. The VA, we've always been ahead, but more people are ahead, and more people are getting to remote management, remote diagnostics. However, we still have antiquated problems. Voice video is still a problem. If you call up an 800 number, you're going to be on voice. If that is a suicide hotline, getting to voice video is still a chore. So we still need engineers, we still need industry, we still need government, everyone to collaborate together to move this needle so that we can start talking about utilizing the technology completely. The latest data is that 97% of adults have a cell phone or a smart device in their pocket. 85% of those are smartphones. 85% of all adults have a smartphone, meaning an iPhone or an Android device. So there's still a population with cellular devices, but most of those cellular devices now are still smarter than anything else. So we're seeing this big push in healthcare for consumer-driven technologies. Everyone knows the Apple Watch, everyone knows Android watches, everyone knows what's going on for different devices. If you've gone to Kickstarter and Indiegogo, you've seen some really interesting things develop through the years. I've gotten burned on quite a few of them, so I don't trust them anymore. But we're also seeing wacky medical technology coming in here. So at what point is it a medical device versus a consumer device? This is going to be interesting on data gathering as we move forward, because everyone in this room who has any of these devices at home or on your body 24/7 has more data than any of your medical staff on yourself. Again, Apple Watch is saving lives. And we've got abilities now I'm sure most of you have heard of continuous glucose monitoring. There are multiple companies now that are happy to put a patch on your skin with a hair-fine needle that can monitor blood values for glucose. What's to prevent them from doing more than that? Nothing. We have the technology today to monitor any other blood values in real time by that same technology. Chip gets a little bit more complicated and a little bit more expensive, but fluid dynamics are fluid dynamics. This, however, gets to be the part that scares me. So as we have this data personally, are you willing to give away your data, your personal data, what would normally in healthcare be protected health data, to anyone? Because the insurance companies are happy to take it and give you a spiff for it. There's other companies out there that are still trying to take it from you. And there are a lot of people signing up for these programs. But this data in a healthcare setting is considered protected health information. If you're giving it away for free, who's using it? We know that China's buying stuff of this nature. We know Russia's buying stuff of this nature. So we do have to be cautious with our population at large that what they're doing. Now, I'm just pointing about data that you're walking around with, but when you start talking about genetic data and other things, be cautious and understand what's going on in that environment. And for the AI, how do we utilize machine learning and build knowledge? So again, there's a lot of research out there, there's a lot of things out there, but are we truly building platforms that are going to help people? There's a lot of gee whiz, so what stuff going on, but how do we get to a point of impacting the health of everyone in the United States? How do we drive personalized medicine? Oh, every single analytics platform requires a lot of data. So we're not going to get a machine learning algorithm to understand it unless we get a lot of data, a lot of people who want to support these types of initiatives. But that's not going to be cheap. And for it to be effective, it needs to help you at the time you need it. So everyone thinks standards are the panacea. We'll be able to help by just one more standard. In 2019, the first time that I perused this tome, there was 121 pages, and about a half page describes every medical standard. This year, when the latest tome was released, it's 268 pages. So 3 years, we doubled medical standards. How much does that help us? I keep thinking that we need the one medical standard that works, because none of these have worked yet. However, we do have interoperability standards that are moving the needle. This is kind of where I have a little bit of passion, a little bit of fun, because everyone's heard of HL7 Fire by now. So on the healthcare side, we have ways of having people exchange data, having systems exchange data on people. But as we start talking about IoT devices and we start talking about your own health, the next two standards are kind of on the forefront. These are in development. These are not pressed standards yet. But IEEE 2795 is how you share analytics. So not sharing data. Now think of that for a sec. Everyone says they want your data. This is a standard so that if we have a data definition for a disease, if we have data definitions for your physiology, that we can share an analytic with you, so it goes to your own device, whether that be an Android device, an iPhone, or any other type of data concentrator that holds your data and can analyze your own data. So again, I'm very excited about that piece. IEEE 2933 again gets into the data access and data sharing standard of IoT devices. But it doesn't necessarily mean that that has to go to the healthcare side of the equation. It still means that you can exchange your data and build your own data concentrator. So both of these standards together actually present an interesting opportunity for a new future look. Instead of sending all of your data to a doctor and hoping they have time to look at it, how do we change the paradigm for how healthcare data works? How do we develop machine learning algorithms that then can get to a personalized approach and that can be useful for a broad swath of the population? And thanks to ATARC getting me involved in the information security piece of this many years ago, I have a passion for this as well. Again, as was mentioned, I'm an Air Force reservist, I'm a combat veteran. The VA has my data. I want to make sure that the VA has all veterans' data secured. And I want that data to be useful and relevant to the medical staff and to the individual. That means that any vendor who's coming to me, if you're expecting your system to utilize health data to aid medical diagnostics, the security protocol in our questionnaire automatically dumps that to FSMA high. So you start having to talk about FedRAMP high, FSMA high, instantly. It's a life safety device. You don't want a life safety device that can compromise your life or give bad data for a medical decision, because medical staff can kill you quicker than anyone else. So don't go to government and say HIPAA. That's not a data security standard. That's a best wish, best guess, best effort. So start talking about FSMA high, and future threats are today's worries. If we're not planning for this now, and we're not getting ahead of the threats that are coming out, we are going to have problems in the near future. When the government wants to upgrade an encryption algorithm key, I can tell you from experience in VA, we had a quick turn of running out PIV cards. It took us 2 years to update all the keys for the entire user population. Quantum computing, if you're not paying attention to it, I highly recommend you look at what IBM's roadmaps are, Google's roadmaps are. IBM's roadmap is to have a 1,000 qubit quantum computer in the cloud in January of 2023. They've already got a 400 qubit quantum computing service in the cloud. So be aware of this. I know NIST is saying you've got a while for FIPS 140-3. I don't think we do. So if you're not working on this, you're not working towards the solutions, and you're not getting ahead of this, we are going to be behind. Now for the fun part. If you haven't been reading the press, today you can harvest stem cells from your nasal cavity, grow those in medium, and you can actually have different types of tissue grown that is directly yours. It's your stem cells, your genetics, your everything. Not ready for prime time yet, but the VA, we've got now 3D printed living bone. That's our latest. These are the fun projects. 2013, myself and Craig Lugart started really incentivizing 3D printing in VA. We had no clue where this was going to go. But I'm really proud of the people that have taken this to the next level. We've got the ability to do teeth real time, come in, you can walk out with a full set of teeth if you didn't have it when you walked in the door. And now we're starting to figure out how we can 3D print biological replacements. So a lot of neat stuff. And again, it doesn't show up so well on the projector and slide. Will the slides be shared at some point? Yeah, if you can toss these, share, all these links are active. But the VA has an app store. So again, we're trying to lean forward on apps. Yes, I get the question all the time, why don't you have one app that leads to all the other apps or all the other capabilities? Government contracting is my best answer. So again, everyone's seen this type of stuff before: heart attack prevention, seizure fall detection, aging in place monitoring. There's a lot of good research in all of these. You can do these today. You can set it up for your relatives today at home. There's no need for anything advanced. The seizure and fall detection is already built into a lot of consumer devices, so we're finally seeing a lot of the realm of the possibles actually happening. Ooh. But this is where the money's going to be shortly. Speeding medical research to practice. Again, we need the medical knowledge graph. We need stuff that's getting ahead so that we can build data definitions of disease. This is something that's not truly occurring yet. If you look at the standards for medical practice, we still have this antiquated idea that the medical provider is going to diagnose you. Their license is what's on the line. So that's slowing down some of the acceptance of moving in the digital side. And I really do like the idea of getting to individual-based medical diagnosis. Eventually, we're going to be able to develop a pattern for your own life. What is your range of biomechanical? What is your range of physiology? As you're walking around with devices, to notice the normal for you. And then as you start going outside the normal, maybe you need to talk to a doctor. Maybe you need to download an algorithm. Maybe you need to watch out for something. But also, what's changed with your lifestyle habit? That's something that people have been reluctant to do. And to be honest, it's too hard today. Just trying to keep track of food, if any of you have tried to be on a food monitor or a diet or anything else, that's painful to enter in all the food you eat at any given day. But if we can develop the camera technology, if we can develop the other stuff to work it, that will help. So again, I think that we're going to get here of projecting the risk into the far future, which means that somebody in their 20s is going to know, based on their genetics and their own health, what the problems will be in their future that they need to worry about. This is going to require a lot of collaboration. It's going to require a lot of work with computer science. It's going to require a lot of work with manufacturing and sensor development. It's going to require a lot of changes on the healthcare side. But the advantages far outweigh any of that problem or cost. Because right now, we're still spending billions of dollars for, on average, to only extend your life by 6 months. And where's back? So again, if you're going to collaborate with us, yeah, I went over by a minute. We do have a lot of research. We do create as collaborative research and development agreements. If you don't know our innovation side, Dr. Ryan Vega does a fabulous job on innovations. But know the rules. If you come into government and you don't understand the laws, the ethics, and the policies, you're already starting from behind the 8 ball and you're already causing problems because you're going to government expecting government to educate you on all the processes. This is all public knowledge. You can go to the website and look up that. And don't be marketing to the government agency itself. Obviously, you have to do stuff that's going to help that agency move the needle. But keep in mind their customer. For the VA, if you're not helping the veterans, why are you coming to us? And then obviously contracts are the way everyone wants to go because that's where the money's at, right? But any questions of me?
I've got one. When are we going to, so you watch I'm not a poker player, but you watch a World Series of poker, you know what the percentages are with your hand. You're starting to see it in football. They're showing what are your chances of catching a pass. When are we going to be able to, all this data coming into our record, we're going to know what percentage is our diagnosis, the disease?
So right now, for specific disease states, cancer is one of them. You can actually tell the percentage of the disease state and the risk of different medications. There's a couple of good machine learning algorithms that have been developed to do that for specific hospitals, but you're correct, we're lacking in that ability to actually do far future projections yet. That's one of the things that we'll keep working on.
Any other questions for Dr. Ronzio? We've got one over here. Excuse me.
Hi, so Shweta Malkar with SAIC. What do you think about the potential? We were talking about this at the table earlier. What do you think about the potential for using synthetic data in, proactive management and anomaly detection of diseases?
Well, synthetic data is just that, synthetic data. So how are you going to tell if you have a disease if I'm using synthetic data? It's good to train machine learning algorithms, but at some point we've got to stop training and stop practicing and actually work on the direct application.
I think we got time for a question. Anybody else? Okay, we got one right here.
Hi, great talk. one of the questions I think that we're really grappling with and we don't have good answers on right now are around how do we do proper data analysis, do proper data science while still ensuring some level of equity amongst the communities that in the past we used their data with absolutely no permissions whatsoever. How do we get over the permissions problem? How do we, and it can't simply just be the problem of I accept, and checking the box. So what are we doing there and what should we be doing there in your mind? And obviously just your opinion, not your agency.
I hate to point out the best examples, but the VA, we have the Million Vet Program. So we actually have veterans who sign up for and have their record validated to make sure that it's quality data, and also give a genetic sample so that we can actually utilize that for all medical research. Now, my problem with that program originally was that they wouldn't have the feedback loop. So if they found something bad about you, they wouldn't tell you. So I kind of was a pain in the butt on that one. I think we've corrected that now, that if something is developed, that we can actually have a medical intervention based on that. I've got to double check. It's been a while since I've had to look at that. But that becomes one of the better examples, is ask people that want to be part of a research protocol. And veterans are typically helpful people. They want to do the best for their battle buddy. They want to do the best for society. That's why they signed that unlimited contract when they first went into the service, which I've done. So we really do want to move that needle. Now, nothing is preventing others from allowing that. And if you have an iPhone on you, you have the ability to use ResearchKit and participate in research protocols. So if we had a good chunk of the US population that was willing to do that, we would solve a lot of our bias problems in the data sets. And I'd almost say that the VA has an advantage here, because everyone thinks that the Department of Defense just has the smorgasbord of individuals, but there's reasons why people go in the military. And typically you're talking about socioeconomic and social reasons why they go in. So I can pull the data that shows that the DoD and VA probably have a more diverse data set than an average geographic area. Answer your question?
Thank you, Dr. Ranzia. It's fascinating. Okay, if I can bring the next panel up. I'm actually moderating this one. Let's get aggressive, yeah. Got to break some things, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter what order. You guys pulling the slide up? Is that me? That's the next one. We're getting it together here. All right, there. That was not right. There we go. Okay, we got it. I'm not going to go through the bios. I'm not going to. I'm like Jason Miller anymore. I just learned from the best. I'm not going to go through the bios. As Jason always says, he's Jason Miller with Fed News Network. You can Google it and find out. But welcome to my panel. I think we'll get right into it. Maybe starting off with Dr. Strehling. We're going to be talking about intelligent data management. Maybe some opening comments, and we'll in a quick introduction.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in the panel. My name is Bill Strehling. I'm the Chief Technology Officer within the Chief Digital and AI Office in the DoD. Excuse me. I can tell you a little bit about the organization itself, which is new. Started in February of this year. It was formed out of 4 previously existing organizations that were focused on AI and data. The JAKE, the Joint AI Center, charged with accelerating adoption of AI, bringing AI to the department. The Chief Data Office, which was responsible for modernizing DoD's data approach. A third organization is the Defense Digital Services, which was focused on surging digital capabilities where they're needed across the DoD. And then the fourth organization is a data analytics platform known as Advana, Advancing Analytics. So in bringing those four organizations together under the CDAO, the goal is to bring together all the relevant parts that will help accelerate transformation in the DoD related to data, AI, and analytics.
Great. Turn out the lights, party's over, I guess. David Larimore, I'm just kind of disappointed you're not dressed up as like Obi-Wan Kenobi or whatever you did that one year.
Yeah.
You're getting a little too straight-laced now. I guess you're getting promoted or something.
Well, that happened. I'm also not wearing a bow tie. That was also a staple. I spent 2.5 years in the private sector, and I'm just like, you know, I kind of like being a little more comfortable. So, yeah, I did kind of have to grow up there. I promised my boss, the Department of Homeland Security CIO, is like, I promise, I will still act like I will, but I'm not gonna wear a a Jedi outfit unless, of course, I'm going to Awesome Con or something like that. So, yeah, that was fun. That was 6-7 years ago.
Good times, yeah.
Yeah. All right, you want me to?
So now your current role, yes.
All right. What's going on, party people? My name is Dave Larimore. I am the Chief Technology Officer for the Department of Homeland Security. In that role, I have some fantastic responsibilities. So the Department of Homeland Security spends approximately $9 billion a year in IT. My office is in charge of governance and oversight for those acquisition programs, program health assessment, tech assessments, tech stats, right? So we actually meet with every single one of those programs, make sure they are on their way to creamy goodness. Next up, we have our technology lifecycle. So as part of being a chief technology officer, we get to play into the realm of new technologies. So we are constantly looking at things like customer experience, artificial intelligence, machine learning. We're looking at zero trust. Even cloud is evolving every single day. Governance and compliance. So this is where we not only define department-wide governance and guidance and policy and instructions, but we also capture metrics. We also look department-wide for what each of the offices are doing, right? We have a technology reference model that shows all of the various technologies used across the department. And last but not least, technology sharing. We actually provide technologies to the department. I have a solution called Maestro, which we're really proud of, which is essentially not only project collaboration, program management, but also has DevSecOps inside of there. Can do a pipeline. So really cool.
Yeah, I know you're working on DevSecOps, especially at the last place you were at.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yep, just a little bit. Yep. AIDA.
Hi, Udaya Patnaik with GSA. My role is the chief strategist and chief innovation strategy officer at ITC. So I spend all my time really focused on the far future. And so that's really looking at it from a couple of different angles, which is great. I have the luxury of focusing on emerging technology, what's coming up and what is coming online both from the supplier community as well as how the needs of all these folks are changing and how we can better support them with that emerging technology. And then thinking about, of course, because it's GSA, acquisitions. What can we do to provide the right acquisition vehicles at the right time so that you can bring that into play in your organization? It's GSA, so it's really a tremendous organization that's bringing a few different parts to bear. The acquisition side, obviously, running about 34 billion flowing through our vehicles on a last year. And then in addition to that, funding through things like the Technology Modernization Fund, which has been just a tremendous success in being able to give agencies the funding that they need to be able to put in cybersecurity for all the data work that we're trying to do throughout the federal government, as well as really the expertise and the talent from the centers of excellence in TTS and really being able to provide some level of guidance to folks about that. And so I'm thrilled. Previously, I'm coming from state government. I was the director of the Office of Digital Innovation for the state of California for the governor, and just stopped that last year. And so I'm thrilled to now be with the federal government. I've been on the supplier side before, so now I'm just sort of like punching all the tickets all the way around. So.
Yep, it's great when you can kind of pop in and pop out and see different perspectives.
It's a great thing.
Great, great. Next, Ben?
Sure, thank you. Good to be here to start with. So I'm the Chief Data Officer for USPS Office of Inspector General. I took on this role very recently, and prior to coming here, I was in the private sector. I just got into a Fed space earlier in January and all, so I'm a newbie in the Fed space. Okay. Now, as far as what I do in my current role and what my office does, so we are in the business of looking at fraud, waste, and abuse that happens in the postal side or the postal domain. So I'm not sure if folks know this, but Postal is one of those agencies that touches pretty much every household in America on 6 days per week. Okay, and this is a pretty massive organization, and there is a lot that moves from day in, day out, 24/7, I should say. So generates a ton of data, and that's what we are after. And data is our fuel. So if we need to find any fraud, waste, or abuse, we have to rely on the data. So, and one of the functions that my office does is also to look at forward-leaning research. So how do we modernize the postal domain if there are things like, okay, the hottest topic right now is inflation. So how is inflation affecting this entire postal domain? What can we do there? What solutions can we offer? So those are the things that we also look at. And there are a lot of research papers that are out there on our website. So when time permits, definitely check it out. But yeah, those are the things that we do at risk, as we call it within USPS OIG.
Yeah, the postal office, having worked with them in the past, I had a company that did installation gear at all these post offices. I think we still have like 38,000 post offices. Or what's the total number?
34,000.
34,000. Yeah. It's really, and of course, it's really massive. Difficult. Yeah, it's massive. It's bigger than any other chain in America, and it's really hard to close one. Yes. These congressmen get real touchy when you try to close a post office for any reason. Great. My first question is how have you worked with your leadership in your organization to support effective data management and governance? It seems like, hey, maybe in the beginning when the CDOs were just coming on, it seems like there's been more of a partnership. Maybe we'll start with you, Dr. Strehling.
Yeah, so thank you for that. Well, our organization is responsible for helping data management and data modernization across the whole DoD. So within our own organization, it's certainly something we have to sort of eat our own dog food, if you will, or drink our own champagne. But the leadership is completely focused on that. We are the Chief Digital and AI Office, but the first priority is data. It's quality data. And so we're bringing that message across the DoD to our partners, to vendors, to even internationally, to help focus people on the fact that you need good data before you can leverage analytics and AI to bring new insights and things like that. So some of the ways that we're emphasizing this are to focus. The last talk actually was a really good segue to this, because the focus on interoperability, on standards. One of the things about standards is, although they're like a point in time, because they're going to keep evolving as we learn new things that we want to standardize. So doing that is very key. Ontologies are key, because as we bring together these disparate siloed systems, we need ways to translate literally column headers. Somebody may say a column may contain people's names and it may be last name first or first name last. That can be an incredible impediment to bringing data in. So automated ways to do that are really key as well. And I will say, our goal isn't necessarily to create one monolithic system for all of DoD, but to federate. And bringing federation in to enable systems that already exist to share data and work across each other is probably one of the other key ideas.
It's probably pretty good politically too.
Yeah.
David.
All right. Data management. So for those of you who don't know, the Department of Homeland Security's got a lot of little parts and pieces. Customs and Border Protection, USCIS, you got Immigration Customs Enforcement. They're all related to the immigration lifecycle. And one of the core priorities for the department since its inception has been around information sharing, chain of custody of data, being able to not only provide access to the data, but the context of the data, understand ownership of the data, usage of that data. And in the last few years, we have actually seen several of the DHS components make some huge strides and huge successes that actually have helped us work around some global events happening, right? So we've had some global immigration issues. And because of that data sharing, we have actually been able to process and help hundreds of thousands of people. So information sharing at its core has been really important. Now, when we start talking about more of the AI/ML and that side of things, we're looking at two sides. The first is going to be public data and the use of public data. When can you, when can't you? And we're also looking at data commercialization. At what point is government data sharing enabling private corporations to be able to monetize that? So both of these areas require a huge amount of coordination with NIST, with OSTP in the White House, with Office of Science and Technology, privacy, policy, CRCL. And so we're hyper-focused on protecting the American citizens. We're hyper-focused on protecting our mission. And we're hyper-focused on being the best provider of services we can.
I think we've seen that model with NOAA. They sell weather data, right? Yeah, that's the backbone to everything that they do. Hidayah.
I want to just pick up on what Dave was just talking about there, that what agencies are saying when they're coming to GSA, what they're asking for is to be able to use those tools and the ways to be able to use those responsibly. And I think that there's there's only one point I think we take away from any of the work that we're doing around AI when it comes to data, it is that sense of responsibility. It's that sense of data stewardship that's got to go along with the data governance. And so specifically the way that's coming out is, we have agencies that are saying, help, we've got petabytes of data here that we would love to be able to turn on some of the automated machine learning as a service tools that we could deploy onto it. We're just scared what comes out on the other side of this. And that's a legitimate fear. And so part of it has to be able to provide the safe spaces, test beds, the sandboxes, the protections, as well as the ways to anonymize that data to be able to run those tests so that it doesn't have to be something that is scary or that's going to put people at risk. And I think that that's something that we just try to keep reminding folks of. At the same point within GSA, we're looking at it and saying, what can we do to be able to enable that? What can we do to be able to create those experimentation areas so that it doesn't become something that's daunting for everybody?
Yep. Ben?
Sure. So our problem is a little different because we being an oversight agency, we are reliant on the parent agency, which is Postal in this case, in order to get us data. So there is that acquisition issue, right? And they produce like petabytes worth of data on a day-to-day basis, whether it's from the MDDs that the carrier has or whether it's the informed visibility, if you're familiar with the systems that they have to monitor your mail. So once we get this data, we got to make sure that, we are weeding through or we are trying to find the right nuggets that we can supply to our auditors as well as our investigators so that they can actually take action on it. So the thing here is that, okay, we need to have a consolidated strategy. So how do we actually create a solid foundation of the data layer so that it is all kind of acquired, ingested, it is kind of curated in the right way, and that it is ready for analysis. So that's the big challenge that we are trying to solve. And the best part here is that our agency has been using data for the past several years, but it's a little kind of, it all grew organically and it is all over the place. So here is an opportunity where we want to try and consolidate and create that solid foundation layer that I was referring to. And we also want to make sure it is paired with good sound governance. So people who want to come and use the data, there is a little bit of democratization that we're also trying to push out, but at the same time, right, if you want citizen development and all that has to happen, means they need to know what is contained in the data. So how do you enable a good data catalog how do you create like good sound data practices on what to do and what not to do with the data. So those are all things that we are more focused on. And the last thing I would say is that AI/ML is definitely front and center, because that's definitely helping us get more insights into the areas that we did not have before. So there is a lot of experimentation that is also happening. So I would just summarize by saying that, okay, we have this people, process, and technology thing that we're trying to balance it equally though.
Great, great. As many of you know, because you've probably seen it in our emails, we have a very strong zero trust practice. It's really basically cybersecurity anymore. And of course, data is one of the five pillars. So I have a question. It's kind of two sides of the same coin. What strategies are in place at your organization to ensure you can access and get value from your most important data? And then also, how do you ensure the highest level of protection? Because that comes out every time you talk about it. Maybe start off with you, Bill.
Sure. So one of the organizations that I mentioned has come together to be a part of the CDAO was the ADVANA program. How many people here are familiar with ADVANA, have heard about it? Okay, great. It stands for, it's a merger of advancing analytics, and the idea is it's based on basically bringing data together to support decisions by senior leaders. That's basically the idea. But the primary mechanism it leverages to do that is to basically hit those high points that you're just talking about there. That is to bring the data in a secure way. First off, there's a lot of barriers to even saying that first part, which is to identify where the data is, get over the silos that may be protecting it, the policies that are keeping access to it away from others. But once you've brought that in, basically making it accessible to everybody in the ADVANA enclave. When it's in there, everybody that accesses the data has already gone through the vetting and has I think it's CAC card accessible, and even some data is higher than that. So within that, as you were saying, within that special environment, you're able to leverage off-the-shelf, state-of-the-art tools, Databricks, things like that, to build analytic pipelines that deliver capabilities on dashboards. And so we found that model really works well and has accelerated certainly the modernization of the enterprise side of the DoD. And one of our main challenges is to see how we can leverage that, which is a cloud-based capability, in an environment where we don't necessarily have access to the cloud in the warfighting domain. And so some of the main challenges there.
What would be, is it a carrot and stick approach to get them in the platform to begin with, or how
I would say it's definitely a carrot approach.
Okay.
Some initial Pathfinder use cases demonstrate the value, and then word of mouth, demonstration of this, get people excited about it. There is a stick though, because sometimes the people that are excited about using it need access to some data.
Yes.
And we can use, the power of the memo is what I might say, within the DoD to say your data is not actually yours, it's everybody's data. It has to be protected in the right ways, but it really is the enterprise's data. And with that behind us, I mentioned the CDO, the Chief Data Office, has put out many data decrees about these exact topics. Exactly. Which mandate that the data should be accessible.
Yeah, we might have had a webinar or two on those, so
yeah.
Great. David.
I apologize in advance. I'm going to rant on this for a moment.
Okay, that's fine.
And maybe this is just DHS, I don't know. So a couple things here, like knowing what data is most important has actually been an interesting journey for me as a person. Understanding what data is most important is by questioning all data. Like we, especially up on the management side, we have to constantly question the data we're looking at. And it's only through working with components, with the data providers, with the data stewards, are we actually understanding where the rubber meets the road, the brass tacks, the bottom line up front of what is being presented to us, right? And it's not until those conversations happen till everybody kind of comes to an agreement on what information actually provides value. Now, how do you protect it? I personally am all about the transparency when it comes to data, and the more that everyone is aware and in sync and in line on where data is going to be used, how it's going to be used, where it's coming from, data ownership, like that is the most important model to understand whether or not that data is at risk. So hopefully not too much of a rant.
Well, let me just follow up too. Are the business owners, they don't want to share the data because they're worried about sunlight is the best disinfectant, or are they just, because I always hear people, oh, my data's got to be perfect before I release it.
It's context.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the hardest things, because in many of the different organizations here, data is representative of a point in time.
Yeah.
And when you are trying to answer questions on the Hill, and you have to go from the Hill to some congressional office to maybe my office, maybe the chief data officer's office, to some component to down to their office. By the time that data comes back, it's stale, it's old, it's not ready. And so a lot of what we're trying to do is figure out, well, how do we get the context that we need to provide on something as complex as the immigration life cycle, right? Because we have a huge amount of work being done by multiple components, and one component may only have one little piece of the view. So it's not until we actually question that data and say, I don't think that this is right, or, show your work, please, well, you didn't divide by 7 here, whatever else it is. Like, it's not until we actually dug deeper or do dig deeper or create a practice or a culture around digging deeper do we actually start identifying what data will provide value.
Great. Daya?
I think the point about the value of the data is actually changing pretty rapidly. I think one of the challenges, and Joe brought this up in the previous presentation, I really like that, and sort of tagging on what David was saying earlier. There's a real challenge we have to applying machine learning and deep learning models. Because yes, they need to be taught. We're not teaching them. They're teaching themselves. We're providing the data so that they can learn. And one of the challenges that comes with that is we expect that whatever data has come in the past is going to be able to provide it for the future. Perfect example of that, if all you did was put in financial services and loan data during times of redlining, you would get some very, very biased and skewed results from it. And so I think there's an awareness that we have to have when it comes to data that we have to have that equity lens when we look at the data. So that has to be sort of baked into the governance structure as well. And so we're trying to do that. And we're trying to walk that walk ourselves within GSA by running those analyses on our data, figuring out where did the money go? Like, where did the acquisition dollars go? Did they go towards small businesses? Did they go towards veteran-owned businesses or service-disabled veteran-owned businesses? Or where did the challenges come up? So I think that level of responsibility is something that I've been really pleased with GSA that is an important thing. It's a significant thing, and it's something that the leadership has really embraced.
Yeah, I don't know if you're aware, we did that pilot with you all to look at that data. It was really...
That was a softball to you. So
yes, thank you. Actually, Jerry was involved with that. He was at a previous company, but it did come up. They came up with some really useful things. We probably should further talk about that at some point, but yes, that was a good example of us using our lab and getting some decent results out of it. Thank you for that plug. Ben?
Sure. So in our case, basically when it comes to zero trust, right? I mean, this is something that we're starting to look at, and we're working with the CIO to kind of implement a lot of those controls. One of the challenges is that, I mean, if you look at zero trust, one of the main tenets or the principles it says is, okay, when you look at an individual, you need to give them the bare minimum access in order to get the job done, right? So now let's wear the investigative lens. So as an investigator, I want access to pretty much all the data points so that I can actually make an informed decision like, is this a fraudulent issue or is it a non-fraudulent issue, and can I take it forward, right? So now we are trying to see, okay, how can we make sure that we are kind of able to match those requirements and also the audit requirements. It's the same thing, right? I mean, audit is a function where they need like good, clean, crisp, reliable data. And how do we match these things, right? So we're trying to create that process in such a way that, okay, we don't really completely create a major disruption when it comes to investigative or audit functions, but at the same time also address, data protection, data access management controls in a nice way. So still strategizing around it, more to come on that front though.
Great.
Where do you see your organization's data management heading? Do you see an uptrend of the maturation of data? We'll keep going in the same order. It seems to be working, but we'll go with Dr. Strayling.
Sure. Absolutely. Up, always up. Because that's what we have to do. And actually, that's a good opportunity for me to just sort of foot stomp this one aspect that I think is really relevant to modernization within the DoD, and that is not that there aren't constraints and competitors in other arenas. There certainly are, but we are, in the DoD, we're dealing directly with pacing adversaries who see the value and the promise of AI and data modernization just as well as we do. That could be, on its own enough, but there's actual timelines associated with our need to be modern. And I'll just reiterate them. So by 2025, we need to be AI ready. 2027, we need to be AI capable, and by 2029, I think competitive. So that means we have to get our data in order because the data will be the fuel, if you will, for the analytics. And so the mechanisms I mentioned before were largely technical, but there's a lot more actually that has to deal with culture that we have to do. And I think one of my colleagues here mentioned earlier the teaching best practices related to data. That is probably the most important thing. We like to say no new bad. Data gets created all the time, and it's just so easy to create it and not put the right labels on it, not put it in the right place, not make it what we use the term VALTIS, which is an acronym for visible, accessible, understandable, see if I can remember it all, linked, trustworthy, interoperable, and secure. So that's a lot, but if you can make your data VALTIS, then you are hopefully AI ready. That's certainly a good bar to shoot for, but that's a great, if you can say your new data is VALTIS, then you're not creating new bad, and you're moving things forward. And so incrementally, we're getting there.
David?
So 2 points for me. One is what we're starting to see as a pattern at each of the components, since DHS is a federated organization, is all of the components are looking at some manner of data mesh, and that being kind of the standard in which they start moving towards. So whether it's a new program, a data store, or modernization, how can they apply a data mesh strategy to that to better democratize the data and enable information sharing natively versus having to apply too much IT muscle and coding to make it work. The other thing is, from a department perspective, in the last 2 years, we've actually stood up our own CDO, Chief Data Officer, right? So Mike Horton, peer of mine, good man, good friend, is the Chief Data Officer for the Department of Homeland Security, right? And so a lot of what he has been working on for the past 2 years is looking at what are the existing enterprise-wide data programs across the department, whether it's looking at geospatial, whether it's looking at the common operating picture, whether it is looking at data inventory program, data analytics program, and figuring out where does data architecture meet data governance, right? Because he wants to make sure that his focus is going to be on how am I better enabling information sharing and not being a constraint along the process. Because he gets to be the traffic cop for all data for the entire department. Not only is he trying to figure out how components can report up data, but also how they can share information with each other in a structured way. And so we're going to see over the next several years that role drastically mature, policy, instructions to be able to support that.
It's good to see it's taken a few years, but it's good to see the Chief Data Officers moving on up. AIDA.
I'll take a slight different spin on it just because we're GSA. That one of the things that I think we have both the fortune and the responsibility of doing is making sure that the right vehicles are in place for that next future of data management. And look, we've had great success with programs like Alliant and being able to bring on great small business vendors who can do really specialized AI work. And that's been really awesome. And other great vehicles, the new Polaris vehicle, and even the experimentation and new innovation that we're trying to do with new vehicles like Ascend So all those are going to be really, really valuable for organizations who are trying to do this. I think one thing we're trying to make sure of is to make sure that all of the specific tools are in place so that regardless of what your data management needs are, you can actually get them supported. So it used to be that we would bring it all in-house and we would manage all of that ourselves. That's not happening anymore. It's typically occurring as some sort of cloud-based service. It's typically occurring on some sort of pay-per-use or paper subscription model, and there are different rules that are associated with that, both from a payment side as well as from the data ownership and responsibility of the tool side. So we have to look at that. So we've got to really figure out how to really start to stretch our vehicles to be able to do that. The good news is I think that is not only firmly on the radar, it's one of the guiding priorities as we think about how to create the next levels of competitive marketplaces for these kinds of cloud-based secure data services. And so it's sort of baked into, I think, a lot of what the thinking of the organization is and a lot of the strategy. And I think we're pretty excited about some of those vehicles that are coming online now.
Great. Ben?
Sure. As far as data maturity, right? So one is we have a pretty strong, modernization program that's underway. So we already built a decent stack in terms of being in the cloud and using the state-of-the-art tools and all that, like Databricks and all. And that is something that's going to continue. But besides that, one place where we are spending a lot of time is around the people aspect.
Yeah.
So what that means is two things, right? One is, do we have the right people to kind of, take on these new challenges and kind of deliver? Okay, do we have the right, we don't want to invest a ton of time on transforming everybody into like a data scientist. We need a mix of people like data analysts, data engineers, data scientists, and people who can also communicate change and all that, right? So that becomes like an ideal analytics team for us. The second aspect is also on data literacy. So I can actually build the best AI/ML model, awesome. But if I put it in the hands of my investigator and if he has like a ton of questions, then we just lost them. So we want to make sure that we go ahead, we have a proactive approach in terms of, telling them what change is coming in. How do you actually interpret some of these models and how do you actually put them in front of, people, right? And how do you utilize them? So change management is pretty key. Okay.
Okay. Any questions for our esteemed panel? Okay, we got to wake up here. Anything important here? I'll tell you what. I'll ask the first one. I'll get things going. Oh, we got one. Okay, I knew you were going to ask. You wanted to ask one the last time too. I could read your eyes. Here you go.
Hi there. This is for Dr. William Stryland. I think that's how you pronounce your name. Can you spell out that acronym VALTIS again? I missed the T.
Oh, T is trustworthy. And I think I got all the other ones right too.
I know you're probably still, getting used to changing the Jake, which was really easy, to the CDAO. That's a tough one. The president came out with it's a little more than a month ago, around AI literacy for acquisition officers. Can we pull the thread a little bit on that? I know the DoD has a big effort in that regard. But how do we get all of the workforce attuned to AI and understanding it? We'll start off with Bill.
Yeah, thank you. So actually, I really like the way Ben said it. It's almost like you have to right size the AI education for the position or the role that the individual is playing in the life cycle. And so somebody who's in acquisition, certainly they are capable of knowing all the details, but they don't necessarily need to. They need to know enough and what's relevant for their role. I'm not an acquisition person, but at a high level, I would think somebody in that position needs to know that innovation is par for the course, that there's a need, that you may not be able to actually inspect and provide requirements for what it is you're going, on the actual how the model is working, but you need to know what it needs to do. And so metrics are absolutely key, performance metrics. And importantly, some of my other panelists have hit this, is that responsible metrics, metrics related to responsible AI, which the DoD is very much in front of. And within the DoD, we have actually, the Jake started it, a whole series of courses that are available for everybody across the life cycle. There's online, ability to watch online videos to learn, at least get the feel of it, and then go deeper for that area.
I think I said acquisition officer, but I'm thinking beyond that, just like I'm running a case management system, AI is part of it, right? They need to understand that. Let's just go down the line, David.
So a couple things there. First off, my office is instituting what we're calling our Black Belt program this year. We'll see how successful we are. But the concept is to pick a few areas. And I bring this up not because it's solely focused on AI, but it's a new strategy we're looking at for how do you take an organization of 250,000 federal employees and start, for lack of a better term, exploiting people's passions. Right? So if you look at the area of AI, like there are a lot of people, there are operators in the field, you've got IT people, we've got contractors that are all incredibly excited about the same topic, a topic of AI, right? And it could be AI in related to fraud, it could be AI in relation to biometrics, it could be AI in relation to statistical modeling, et cetera, et cetera. And so what we're trying to do around our Black Belt program is find who the experts are in the DHS organization, and we want to create a black belt for that specific concept. And it's going to be three things, right? It's going to be training, right? There needs to be some sort of training, maybe it's a certification. The second thing is going to be experience in this area, whether it's personal or professional. And then the third thing is stand and deliver, right? Like you need to be able to present to your peers, like this is the sum total of what you earn, and you believe that you're a black belt, right? And then you become a black belt, and that's great, and you're breaking boards and doing kick flips in the air. But ultimately, you become a part of a larger community to help where people like you aren't available. Because there is no way that of the 350 or so acquisition programs going on right now, everyone has someone who could be considered an AI black belt. But wouldn't it be great if a black belt from CBP could go spend 6 months over in a FEMA program to help them get up and running?
Fantastic, great idea.
So, well, bring me back next year, we'll see if it works. The second thing is going to be about, and I bring this up, and this is my pitch and my spiel, and that's about customer experience. What I am trying to promote in the organization is trying to find, you can use AI for anything, right? You can do anything with AI, but like looking for use cases around the customer experience. How can we reduce the burden on all of our customers? And each one of our folks here from our different organizations, whether it's GSA or DOD, right, or the Postal Service, they all have customers, and there is burden and there's an amount of time it takes for them to get their service from the federal government. So what are the specific technologies or routines or practices or models or interfaces that we can implement that gets them to success faster? And so we found a lot of success there in biometrics and facial verification, but we're constantly looking at other things like sentiment analysis, topic modeling, et cetera, all to reduce the burden on the public and provide a better experience to our customers.
Great. Adaya?
I think one of the things that we have found, and you mentioned the acquisition workforce, often that we don't allow the acquisition workforce to be able to see the full results of their work. And so there's a big part of it, which is at a very basic level, it's empathy building for what this really means. And I'll be specific about it, which is that you have to be able to know how the work that you are doing on particular acquisitions is being used in agencies, and being able to connect all the dots and say like, oh, because we made this action over here, the data impacts of it way down here were being able to be felt. That's like 15 steps that have to be brought back in. And so part of that starts at a very basic level with actually like providing the right case studies and connecting those dots. There's another big part of it, I think, as well, which is that, and I'll apologize to everybody. I live out in California in Silicon Valley, and so people there get really, really twitchy when you use the word AI. They're like, no, it's not AI. It's either machine learning, or it's deep learning, or it's deep neural networks, and we go all the way down that rabbit hole what it is, and they think AI, that's for people who don't know what AI is, and you're like, great, and that's awesome. And one of the challenges is that it has become that buzzword. So we have to demystify that. And we've got to be able to show people what that actually looks like. And so one of the things that we really have to do is be able to explain it and to show it in action. And so one part of it is empathy. The other part of it is experiments and actually being able to do those demonstrations that say, like, by the way, this is what it looks like when we put it into place. This is what it means to actually deploy ML as a service as a component on a set of data and show it and be able to see it. It's sort of like years ago when people looked at code and they said, oh my God, what is that thing that you do that is software engineering and I don't know how to do that? And then you show them using a no-code and low-code solution. You show them, by the way, this is what that actually means in a really easy way. They say, oh, I can do that. I can understand that. That's what we have to do. And that's the scaffolding, I think, that's our responsibility, I think, as technical leaders to be able to provide.
I know it's kind of hard. We are the AI and Data Summit. You can't stick everything about AI on there. You can kind of market
exactly
it.
right. Yeah,
It's good marketing.
The sign would be way
yes.
too big. Yeah,
yeah.
That's right,
Ben.
Yeah, I do share the same sentiment that Udaya mentioned, right? Everybody says AI, so you got to go beyond what is AI and start trying to define it, right? So one thing that we did within our agency is to go in this model of building toy models.
Yeah.
So what's a toy model, right? Okay, you just take a select set of data, probably a couple of thousand records or so. Build a quick prototype. Don't spend like 6 months, spend a week.
Right.
That's about it. And then go out and communicate the concept and see, okay, do they get it? Do they see value? So that's how we're kind of pushing that envelope in terms of AI. And what that has done is we gave shape to like a couple of workshops where there was a ton of ideas that came along to build that roadmap. Okay, so this is how our AI journey has been. So there was like 6 or 7 different experiments, and I want to call it as experiments as opposed to separate projects, because a lot of times when you embark on certain ends, you might hit a dead end and you can't really move forward. So there is that. So there is like 6 or 7 experiments that are going on, and a couple of them are really ready for prime time. So that's where we stand. Now, the other aspect that I would say is that I talked about data literacy a little earlier. So earlier this year, we actually punched out a small program in terms of data literacy. So like I said earlier, right, I can actually create the best model and all those results, but if I have folks who can't really interpret a bar chart or a pie chart, it's not going to go anywhere. So I got to really educate my workforce, investigators, auditors, and everybody else. Like, how do you interpret data? Are you data literate? So that is actually going through the first phase, and we have seen a lot of success. And the other aspect that we're also doing is, as a part of our hiring process, we're also making sure that folks are coming in, they are also data literate. So that's how we plan to kind of mature our organization on that front though.
Great. We're closer to the end than the beginning. Next year, when we're going to be at this summit, what are we in ATARC? We're trying to plan for next year. We're just getting into that. What is your big initiatives you're going to try to get implemented next year that you can think of? Some of the things you're trying to do, and we'll just go down the line. We'll go with you, start off with you, Bill.
Sure. Well, we're going to continue to work on the initiatives we've started already.
Yeah.
I will say one thing I didn't get a chance to talk about, but we'll definitely be moving forward with is our work with the combatant commands. Within the DoD, the services are well funded and are already adopting AI in many ways and acquiring their own capabilities. But the combatant commands who need to be able to leverage what the services provide to enable the joint fight, because that's how we fight, are, I don't want to say left behind, but are basically in need of help transforming. And so what we'll see and we'll be able to talk about next year is some strides there and bringing them, as you were saying, we have teams of experts that go in and help them do it, but we want them to be able to organically identify, develop, and deploy. Develop could mean mostly procure, and then deploy their own capabilities to help transform what they do.
And we've seen the sneak preview of that over in Ukraine, some of the advantages of using some of this new technology, very decisive. David.
All right. Next year, or this year, I guess, we're going to be looking at the safe and effective use of AI. We have executive orders. We've got 2 of them right now that are kind of in a similar space. One That was the 2020 executive order on AI, safe and effective use. We also have the new policing EO, which does reference a fair amount of facial recognition. We have the brand new blueprint for a AI Bill of Rights that has been released, et cetera. So we are constantly seeing more and more pressure externally and from the administration and from our customers on this topic of safe and effective use of AI. So you're going to see a lot of work around that, a lot of focus around that area. Second is going to be CX. So this is customer experience is kind of an initiative. It's been a thing for a few years now, but now that we actually have a CX executive up in headquarters with Dana Chisnell, we are going to constantly see that figuring out how to turn what was an executive order and a few priority projects at some key components to actually a department-wide implementation. And then last but not least is everybody's fun topic and similar to the explanation of AI being a buzzword, and that's zero trust. So we're working on that as well. Yep.
One note, we are trying to solicit some CX officers, we're doing a private roundtable, government only, around where they should sit in the organization and because it's all over the place. And it reminds me of chief data officers a few years ago. Yeah. It's the same exact thing. AIDA.
I think over the next year, a couple of things. I think, again, our main role is to make sure that we're supporting the agency's needs best. And I think what agencies are asking when they're coming to us is I'm getting guidance from the system, I'm getting guidance from NIST, I'm getting guidance from the White House and OMB. What should I be doing with this? And so we're trying to make sure that we really focus our attention on simplifying and making sure that the messages are very clear for what needs to be implemented on the other side. Specifically, what that looks like also is improvements and changes in new acquisition vehicles. Some of them obviously being talked about, Polaris being one of them, Ascend being another one. Ones where we can actually provide acquisition vehicles that are responding to the need and anticipating what people's needs are and agencies' needs are around creating proper not only data management but being able to use that. And I think we'll do our best to demystify AI as much as possible.
Great. Ben.
Sure. So earlier this year, we did devise a data strategy for the first time within the CDO's office. So again, we are taking this approach of a crawl, walk, and run. So this time around, we're going to focus mostly on IT modernization or data architecture modernization. That's been our primary focus. And the second thing is upskilling and data literacy. That's another main area that we want to focus on. Last but not least, we do want to touch upon user experience, right? And user experience and ROI. User experience as in, is it really hitting the point? Is it really useful? Is it a unified experience or not that the investigators or my user class is getting or not? That's one. And the last one is ROI. Okay, we produce all these artifacts. It is all great, but how is it being used? Is it getting us enough returns or not? So those are some of the areas that we are focusing on.
Great. Well, thank you to the panel. This has been fantastic. Bill, Adaya, David, Ben. Great. Can I bring up Steve? So we're going to have Steve, and then we're going to have one more break, and we actually have more food, which is frightening. And then we go to our last panel. But Steve, I think we got you down for a second.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you got it.
All right. Well, I want to thank Mr. Larimore for queuing up my speech because I'm going to talk about customer experience and specifically how AI can help. So, 3 things we're going to talk about. One is empathy as a service and why we at Genesys think this is important for the customer experience. 2, journey analytics and mapping, understanding why that's important. And then we're going to give a real-time example of AI, a chatbot and a web bot, and how that is measurable and what we've seen result. So I apologize, my voice is failing quickly. Journey mapping analytics. So one of the key things we think we talk about is customer experience and employee experience. They're the same, right? So Gartner recently put out a statement that simply said there's a new formula, CX, customer experience plus EX, employee experience, is the total experience for your agency and for your constituents, and that is what we believe as well. The question is, how can you really make this better? How does empathy play in this, for example, right? So we talk about reducing friction, right? There's a natural way to learn, right? You know, you listen, you learn, you understand, predict, you act. It's an iterative process, right? This is how empathy works. It's just a human being, right? So empathetic customer experiences, I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. You know, who's the visitor? How they get there? How are they feeling? What do they want? Now you're getting to the understand and predict part, right? You move through this journey. This is how your brain works, right? But what you want is your AI to follow this, right? There's a learning. This is the empathetic experience. Why is this important? We talked about reducing friction. We talked about making the experience better for the employees, which makes it better for the agents. If I have, through journey mapping, I can tell where everybody's been. It looks like I have a build slide. I apologize. And this is very soft, right? Which is, you know, benchmarking empathy and how your organization is introducing it. But we're going to get to real data in just a moment, right? So why is it important? It's important because if I'm an agent on the phone and you are calling in, and maybe it doesn't matter what the media, web, chat, email agent. If I've been on the web page and I've been trying to get through to renew a driver's license or renew my passport, I'm struggling, I'm having problems, and I need help. I may have a bot may jump up and present an opportunity to help. Maybe you'd like to be called back, you offer that to them. If I decide to reach out to an agent one way or the other, by the time I get to that agent, I may have spent several hours on this journey. If the agent is now presented with where you've been and what you've done on your journey, agent is now empathetic, right? Instead of, hi, this is Steve, may I help you today? What are you trying to do? And then 20 questions, right? You're inquisitor. Have you tried this? Where have you been? By the time that caller gets to, or whatever the medium is, gets to the agent, I know where they've been. I know what they've done. I know what they're trying to do because I can see, I've mapped their entire journey. I can see they may have called 3 times and dropped. I can see that they've hovered over the website for maybe entirely too long. They were just about to click pay, and then they called instead. So by the time you get to me, I can say, hi, Bob. I see you're trying to renew your driver's license. You've had a problem with the payment. How can I help? You immediately start in an empathetic position, right? Really, really important because you're reducing all those really cool metrics everybody cares about: reduced handling time, reduced call time, reducing total volume, taking more calls. All those good contact center and call center metrics you hear about in the old days, they take care of themselves, right? So I'm going to get to, you know, these are the goals, right? So we're going to talk about how a bot may help, right? So I want to make my experience better for the employee and for my customer, and I've decided that I'm going to focus on the web page specifically, right? Most of my transactions might be through the web, and what are my goals, right? They have to be measurable. I want to target reducing the bounce rate, which is the people that leave the web page without finishing a transaction or doing what I want them to hopefully do, right? I'd like to reduce friction. I just want to make it easier, right? I want to make sure that their experience is better. So maybe instead of, as soon as they hit the web page, hi, how may I help you? You don't introduce a bot, for example, until they really need some help. You can tell based on how long they've been or what they're trying to do, right? And then there's the other metrics that will come along with it, which is increasing self-service time, reducing average hold time, all those good things that go with it, right? And ultimately, you're looking at 2 things: organic growth, which is you're serving the people you have already better, and then you're also retaining the people you have because they're not looking to go somewhere else to get this thing done, right? So these are efficiencies. I know I'm going very quickly, but here's the key, right? So ROI, real measurable statistics, right? Challenges. We have an agency, 2.7 million and growing monthly interactions in voice, 65,000 monthly voice bot minutes, 1 million website visits monthly with a 35% bounce rate. 35% of the people that visit the webpage aren't getting done what you want them to get done, right? And you know this because you're mapping this, right? You've got journey analytics. You've introduced the tools you need to measure this, right? But what are you gonna do with the information, right? Multiple key inbound queues. You're assuming, in this case, 500,000 monthly call interactions are handled. And then 15-minute duration is the average call, right? This is the assumption side. $5 cost per call. That sounds like a made-up number, but believe it or not, that's the average cost with the price of the agent technology they use to serve a call inbound. What do we do? Through analytics, carefully measuring what they need to do, taking a look at the web page, optimizing based on the experience that we were tracking. 5% of self-service, voice call self-service increase, right? So we deflected $650,000 in cost deflection in a month. Okay, 1 month. 10% increase in product page conversion, right? So 65,000 additional engagements, 65,000 more people finish what they were trying to do when they hit that web page, because we knew what they were trying to do when we looked at it, and we caught it. And we could say, oh, that here's a friction point. We see it. If they have to do this transaction, it's not going through. They suddenly call us, right? What's going on? 5% reduction in average hold time, right? Why? Because if they do get to the person on the calling on the phone, they know where you've been, they know what you're trying to do, because if you've mapped that journey, you know what they're trying to do by the time they get to the agent. Handle time's down. I don't have to ask them 20 questions. I get right to the heart of the matter. Experience is better across the board, right? If the employee's happy and able to help more agent, the caller's happier, everybody's more satisfied, and the rest of those metrics take care of themselves. I'm telling you guys. Pardon me. Benefits in two scenarios alone, right? Self-service reduction in average hold time, $775,000 in monthly cost deflection overall, right? Between the cost of waiting on hold and hold times, the average price, if you reduce call handling time, how much you're paying that agent, right? And what you're doing now is you've got the implementation of this AI technology, in this case a bot. We've done it iteratively, right? It's learning. So when every time someone types in a question, we take a response, you're measuring how effective the response is. You're also gauging, has that question been asked multiple ways? All that information is available to the agent as well. So if they come in and they ask another question, I can see what's been asked. I can also modify the question. I can say, oh, this is what they asked, but here's what they were really trying to do. I can now, in real time, improve the efficiency of that database. So the next person that asks that question gets a different answer. Now I've deflected that call because they don't have to call in. The chatbot might have had an unnatural answer. It didn't have the right data. I've just improved that, right? So what are we talking about? How do you start? We talked about this earlier. In the customer experience space, start with 2 or 3 key journeys that really have high impact. In this case, we picked a web page, and maybe we'll give an example of driver's license renewal or something like that, something that's transactional based. Identify some journeys, and this blueprint we talk about, visualize and articulate how the technology improves the experience in each journey and measures the impact, right? So you've got to have a path to get there. It's not just turn it on and watch. You really have to have measurable outcomes, and the measures to agency goals, right? Tie the measures and improvements to key agency business goals, not technical goals, not requirements, business goals. What are we overall trying to do? You set that up at the beginning and you measure it, and then be prepared to be surprised. Really, that's it. I mean, it's a real example of one small implementation of AI, combine it with the analytics to see how its effectiveness is measured, and you're there.
While I got you, I think you're just about out of your voice too, by the way. This is like the last frontier for somebody like ATARC, because I see this IRS, we keep reading in the press, and Jory Heckman's going to be here in a few minutes from Fed News Network, right. But it's an old school kind of mentality, really, right? Yeah. It's one of the last things that's ever been modernized.
Right.
What is the biggest inhibitors on this type of technology for call centers?
Well, I think there's a propensity to look at the industry as a whole, and when people are looking at the technology, they look at it and they think, oh my gosh, I've got to switch out my entire platform. I've got to do a lift and shift. It's all proprietary. I've got to go with vendor A or vendor B, and I got to move what I have, and it's onerous and challenging. It's not something like Journey Analytics. This is something, and there are multiple vendors that do it. We're not the only ones, but it can be put in front of what you have today. You can start measuring your efficiency and effectiveness of what you're doing across whatever channel you have, all your channels, regardless of what manufacturer I have, whether it's cloud or prem. That the hesitancy is thinking that it's really, that I have to do everything at once, and that's what's holding me up. Don't have to do it. You can start, crawl, walk, run. That's the biggest objection.
Thank you, Steve.
Oh, thank you very much.
Appreciate it. So we're going to have a little break. I forgot to say, some of these, our vendors have some pretty good swag, actually. So our friend over here at Talon, he gave me this. This is a decision-making device. So it's kind of like the 8 ball. Should we go to lunch? I mean, should we go for a break? No. I might have to disagree. There'd be a riot. So let me try this again. Works for every decision you'd want to make. Follow your instinct. Okay, that's a lot better. That came out a lot better. Thank you for this. But they got some good swag. This is the last opportunity to spend time with our vendors. We've got a little bit of a snack. We'll get going here pretty soon. We'll try to get it going and get the last panel in. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go to our last panel here. We saved the best till last. We're going to go with Jory Heckman, who's one of our premier moderators from the Fed News Network. I'm still calling it Fed News Radio. I just got to catch myself. Yeah, but we'll go ahead and get going. If we can have everybody's attention, better just to go ahead, Jory.
All right, thanks for that, Tom, and thanks everyone for showing up here. I'm glad you guys had a chance to eat. You know, we don't want a hangry audience for the panel here, and we have a great lineup of folks. Happy to introduce them in just a moment here. I will start out with a shameless plug, though. Over at Federal News Network, where I'm a reporter, do have a podcast on this very topic, all about data. Speak with agency CDOs and the folks who are making data better in government. That's the plug here. And, you know, of course, wherever you get podcasts, it's got my face on it. A lot like this conversation we're going to have in a moment here. Yeah, just stay tuned on that. And without any further ado, I will introduce our panelists here. We have Damian Kostick, the Deputy Chief Data Officer for the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. We have Alexis Banks, the Information Technology Specialist over at the Office of Chemical Safety and Pollution Prevention at the EPA. We have Swan Pham, Senior Actuary for the Risk Management Agency at USDA. And we have Suman Shukla, the Data Management Section Head of the Product Management Division of the U.S. Copyright Office. So everyone, thanks for taking the time to join me this afternoon. A lot to get into here, and I'll give you an opportunity to introduce yourselves a little more fully here, but I will throw an introductory question into that intro as well. Just tell me, what is the use case for data analytics, AI, any of the things we're going to be talking about in a moment here that's most exciting to you at your agency? Damien, we'll start with you.
Hi, Damian Kostick. I'm the Deputy Chief Data Officer at USCIS, and I'm actually quite happy that our office got set up. And in particular, maybe I'll make a little note where I think we're maybe slightly unique in the CDO shops. We're not in an OIT office. We're specifically outside in the business area, and I don't know. It makes it very interesting from a policy and also from a programmatic standpoint. One thing in terms of, what are we most excited about? Well, there's many use cases. I definitely say we've done our exploration and experimentation into how to work with immigrants through their user experience through our website and how to facilitate questions and route them appropriately. And we've also have a number of situations where we're trying to look at whether it's photographs, documents, but all ways to be able to help facilitate and expedite the processing.
All right, well, I'm going to do the unorthodox step of actually making sure my recorder is rolling in the background, but Alexis, please do introduce us while I do that quick bit of administrative work.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Alexis Banks. I'm an IT specialist with the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. My background is in mathematics, economics, data analytics, and data visualizations. As far as our agency, right now a use case, I won't get too specific since we can't talk about everything, of course, government, but facial recognition. So one unique thing that we use for facial recognition is making sure we can store all of these different documents. And the best way, we've implemented an AI program so that it can recognize different signatures, different fonts, names, pictures, but it's very interesting with facial recognition because a lot of people think of it as it's just for people, when in actuality we can use it for all different things, and this helps to speed up the process, especially when we're thinking about a library, and we have all these different documents, and if you think of it manually, it would take days after days, if not years, to try and organize all of this different old data, when we can just use a software that can recognize it for us. So we're continuing to move forward with that, and I'm looking forward to that project.
Thanks, Alexis. And the good news is we are recording, so we did get that. Swan, over to you.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Suman Shukla. I work as a section head data management at Copyright Office at Library of Congress. We have lots of use cases since we are the biggest repository of data for Copyright Office, and I won't call a silo, I call it a center of excellence scattered all over the division that we need to connect the dots. Our strategic goal is bring data online, make it accessible and use it for data-driven decision making. And we have multiple legacy systems that are totally, in separate excellence modes that do not talk to each other. So there is lack of information sharing that needs to be connected and bring things online. That's one thing. But there's a lot of information sitting in drawers. We have 41 million card catalogs sitting in drawers that has handwritten data, that has a typed data, that has printed information, and the handwriting varies over a period of time, whoever worked on that at certain specific policy times. So the biggest challenge for us is to capture those images, extract the metadata, and do real-time keyword search to figure out which information we are looking from a remote location. People who have done the copyright work, they do not have to come physically in the building to pull the drawers, look at the card to find out what work has been done. So that's something really intrigued my interest into pulling some AI aspect to look into those images and digitize them, put it online, and extract the metadata for some kind of keyword search. Right now, we did some crowdsourcing. That's going to take a long time for a person to sit and look at every card. We use some OCR technology, optical character recognition, to capture those images. Again, they have a limitation with the handwritten data. So that's where I am, and I'm trying to figure out how we can, promote the legacy systems, sunset them, move into new systems, and integrate the data and create a robust search engine so we can have some kind of algorithm behind it to bring everything together.
Thanks for that, Suman. And Suman, over to you.
Thank you. Again, my name is Xuan Pham. I am a senior actuary at the Risk Management Agency. For those who may never have heard of the Risk Management Agency, we are a small agency within the USDA, and we are responsible for running the federal crop insurance program. Most people are also surprised to find out about that as well. So I'm from the state of Kansas, so I'm going to take this back away from the rest of the panelists. But when you think about something as fundamental as the food that we eat every single day, it's coming on farm. And in my mind, there is no one else in the world who truly understands the value of data better than farmers, because farmers have been collecting data on their field now for over 100 years. In fact, within the USDA, there are two federal principal statistical agencies. There's NASS, the National Agricultural Statistical Service, and then there's the Economic Research Service. And all that data has been collected on a field, on farms for over a very, very long time, has been used to inform data-driven decision making. We're entering a new phase, right, in the world where climate change is affecting, right, everything around us. And so as we're thinking about ahead, right, within the USDA about, we're trying to figure out how to leverage the data that we already have, how to use the things that we already have, and to continue collecting more data, right, so that we can inform, the decision making. Because at the end of the day, the goal of the USDA, right, is to ensure a safe, affordable food supply, right, because we all have to eat.
Yeah, Swan, thank you so much for that. And Suman, you were raising a point that I think would probably be great to get the rest of the panel's thoughts on, and that's information sharing, and that's data sharing. That's kind of the foundational layer to this whole AI business that we're talking about. Damien, I imagine CDO shops have been spending a little bit of time on that. So just tell us more about what it takes to make sure that data sharing is happening within the agency and with agency partners.
Absolutely. One of the neat things, actually, I was very happy when the legislation came out that created the CDOs for the DHS and across the federal government. And in particular, one of our key projects is, of course, is data sharing, but also nestled right with that is data management. So I really have to kind of hit on that. If we're going to be able to do any of the AI/ML projects and actually just solve a lot of basic problems around the agency, even before you get to ML and AI, you got to have the data to solve the problem. And so we've actively gone out, created whole basic catalogs of MOUs, because sometimes it's actually kind of disorganized in the past and it's been all over the place. But We've done a lot of due diligence to try and consolidate that, make sure there's good controls over it, and in particular when MOUs, and I will emphasize when MOUs have been signed, and we've negotiated them, they've always included huge elements on data standards and data quality requirements. Now, oftentimes you maybe hear data quality in ISAs, right? We need it in certain form, you need it in certain structure for your JSON code or whatever. But in particular, we're really emphasizing is trying to get data standards across all of DHS and the federal space. So for example, we all need to share across the federal government logins by citizens. And we need logins to be able to work across all those spaces so that people can take advantage of the benefits that they can. So that requires high grade data standards and data quality, right, to feed all of, whether they're models or rules-based, right, however the heuristics, however they are, you still need high quality data in all of those situations. So I could probably put in some other spins, but I'd love to hear what my colleagues have to say.
Yeah, Alexis, let's hear more about what that foundational work looks like over at your agency.
Sure. So over with EPA, we try to make sure the data quality, as my coworker said, is the best of its quality. We are very interested in data sharing and making sure that everyone is on the same page. We try our best to always follow other agencies as well. So we continue to work with DoD and follow their agency policy. And we have a few projects that I can't quite get into, but we can't really move forward without sharing data. So we can't make the best model without having the best data. And the only way to do that is to work together collaboratively. So moving forward, I am looking forward to working with the other agencies and following their standards and hearing what they've been working on as well, because we all have different types of projects, but we want to make sure we also monitor that data and make sure it's as accurate as possible. And so with the agency, I'm just looking really forward to our governance team that we have as we continue talks with other agencies.
All right. Well, Suman, I know you brought up the notion of data sharing in the conversation in the first place, but is there any further element of that you want to dive into here?
Sure. So at our agency, we did some data management initiative to study where do we stand now. Unless we know where we are today, we cannot move forward. We need to know the gap that if we are here, we have to be at a certain point. What are we missing here? So we did an initial analysis of our current state, what legacy systems we have, what data sets we have, what systems we are working with, what information, what classification of information we can implement. So for example, there's data you can just publish online, free, open data policy. There could be some information that is FOIA-able information, but not readily available to public. There's information that's agency only sharing or within the team sharing, or their classified information you cannot share at all. So we needed to assess ourselves as is. We did that assessment. We created enterprise data model. We created the data dictionary and some data models for our existing system to understand where we are. And then from there, we created a strategy to move forward by sunsetting some of the legacy systems, classifying the data, and going to the newer systems. The challenge with the legacy system was reverse engineering them, since when it was implemented, who implemented no longer is there. Maybe there's no documentation, maybe there's no correlation between different systems. So reverse engineering those systems to build a future system that meets our need and that fills the gap that was in the previous system. So that's where we are right now. We did publish some data sets online, women in copyright. So technically that's more about the finding about the creative works that have been copyrighted by women. So we recently published that data. We are in process of identifying few data sets that will benefit publishers or people who want to copyright their work, or people who are interested in that data sets, so they can download the subsets and do research on that. So we are in a slow process to that, but we are on that path.
All right, and Swan, over to you.
So within the risk management agency, I think in that data management journey, we are pretty mature, and I'll explain why. We just happen to inherit really good foresight And just like Damien said, you can't really make decision unless you have good data management, right? Like, people talk about garbage in, garbage out, right? You have that issues. And so we've, as an organization, as an agency, we have built really a structure to collect that data at the field level and to be able to know exactly, what's going on. And so because of that, we benefit from a lot. If you go to our website, on any given day, you can see our book of business. It's updated every Monday. Every Monday, you can see where we are in that, where our book of business is for that year. You can get very detailed information, that we have provided. Not obviously, no, there is, no farmer information that is being, released here because we do value privacy, and that is confidential information. But you can get information from, such as, in a certain, in a certain crop in a certain county, what was the cost of loss? How much of that loss is there? And you can download it in machine readable format. You can plug it in. You can do whatever you want to do with it, right? So, like I said, I was not there for that really difficult journey, right? But as as someone who's coming in, we benefit a lot from having that, right? That foresight, that leadership that has happened, over multiple decades.
Well, you bring up a really great point that I think I'll give anyone who wants to take a first crack at it the opportunity to, but you bring up this great point about not just the data maturity part of things, which is essential, but then, that paying dividends when you need to put the data into action, when you need to get the right data to the right people in the right place at the right time. Let's hear, what that means for all of your agencies. I'd love to hear, getting that data in action and making sure it's in a good enough shape when you absolutely need it in a, an emerging situation.
Okay, why not?
Go ahead.
I would say I really liked your comment there about that, because time to market. In the past, right, if you had to spend 9 months just trying to work on cleaning up the data before you could even get to your project, you're not exactly going to be helping the American people very quickly, right? And sometimes a project will take 2 years to get off the front. However, I will say that because of, again, being benefactors of all this years and years of work on data management, it's been amazing to me, honestly. When I'll just do a loop back. In 2010, I remember taking like 2 years to get a certain project done, all right? Jump forward 2022, because the data quality was so much better, because the data sharing agreements were in place, and we had connections across all the other kind of immigration space, we were able to get projects done in 2 weeks, which I swear would have been at least 9 months in a previous era. And that was really gone to the advancements of having data lake architecture, of having cluster computing, right, to be able to do the computing faster. But also, again, critically, the data were good coming in, and so we could make good decisions quickly and get the information we needed, either whether it was statistical to leadership for making policy decisions, or to operators to actually just get the job done. Right, and in both those cases, all those advancements around data sharing and just couldn't have happened. And also, like the ability, again, with the data sharing, that's also complicit on the IT of being able to actually get the data from one place to another without things like SneakerNet and SFTP servers and stuff like that. We've gotten much better, so very happy to have seen all that and been a benefactor of all of that.
Follow up on that comment. One of the recent example I can think of within my agency is that in the last few, in the last maybe 2 years, we have seen a lot of situations where there have been hurricane, there have been wildfire, there have been a lot of disaster event, and Congress have passed appropriation to help farmer, right? Really just getting back on their feet so they can continue farming. Well, when you think about something in an appropriation, an amount that is, appropriated, well, you still have to deliver that. You still have to deliver that to farmers somehow. And because we have really great data management, we have information from farmers who have bought crop insurance, we were able to utilize that information and get that payment out the door very quickly. And so because so to give an example, if a farmer was going to come into a county office and spend an entire day filling out an application by paper, that could take hours and hours of work. And what we've done is that because we have that data, we pre-filled the application for them. All they have to do was look at it, check it, make sure it was correct, right? And that was it. So instead of taking months and months, we were able to reduce that time down to weeks, and that is huge.
Yeah, it really speaks to that emergency situation, which seems like that's a common element to most of your agencies. There is some sort of emergency response nature to it. Alexis, case in point, it seems to be very much what your section of EPA deals with.
Yes. So there are constant needs all the time for data accuracy to be on a certain schedule that a lot of folks kind of don't understand. And so at the same time, as we've heard from previous panels, data changes every day. And so if we think of the environment, I mean, we have hurricanes, we have tornadoes, we have all of this stuff that feeds into one of your branches to help people, specifically FEMA. So it's very important for folks to get that data on time and so they can make, impactful decisions. Now, there's this whole cycle of how we do that. So we collect the data, we have to clean the data, we have to organize the data. But for certain agencies, we have that data placed in all different places. So you have data lakes we have data placed in all these different places that we need to be able to compile them all in one place so that we do have a quicker system. It's just how do you do that? And so moving forward, we have kind of minimized the time, and that's the whole point. Try to get things to work faster, but at the same time, the humane part is just making sure it is accurate. And so, I hope I answer your question.
Awesome. And Suman, I'll confess, I don't know what an emergency constitutes at the U.S. Copyright Office, but that's not to say that things don't emerge.
Well, we do have emergencies in the event when somebody have, filed a litigation and they are contesting the copyright work. We have an immediate emergency to provide all kind of information related to that work in court. And that's not just the data is not just current data or not in one point of time data. So any copyright work is copyrighted for the life of the author plus 70 years. So we need to have any information related to that copyright work that is in litigation or has some kind of a, case involved with that. We have to go back to all the years back when it was copyrighted, or if there was a transfer, or if this was a work for hire, or all related information we need to have on hand to provide at immediate attention. So our data cannot just be archived and left behind. It has to be archived in a way that we can retrieve anytime, any point of time when needed for such situations. So we do have, not every time, but we do have such emergencies, but definitely availability of data is very important, and that too real quality data, and especially for Copyright Office. We can't even say that you can blockchain things because say for example an image which has been copyrighted, if you change the time and the graphics or even the pixels, it's not the same original work, it changes. So for us, every instance counts. So for us, that data accuracy means a lot, and to make sure that data quality is there, we need data governance. For data governance, we do need whole kind of data management, data privacy, data accuracy, unbiased algorithm to make sure that we have right kind of output. So yes, it's important for us too.
All right, and you hit yet another key phrase here, the unbiased algorithm. And I think when people think about AI in government, they immediately go to, how can I trust it? Can you show your math behind how the algorithm works? And that seems to be front of mind for a lot of people. So in terms of that traceability, in terms of that trackability, in terms of that transparency, I think that's all the T's I have. What are you guys doing to ensure that that is part and parcel of the AI work that you guys are doing?
Well, I guess I could kick in. Well, absolutely. I obviously, a lot of people have had conversations around data tagging, right? And that will obviously take huge amounts of time. So to some degree, there's that funny iterative loop. You can use AI to actually do your categorization and classification in order to properly data tag, but at a certain point, there's still a human element. So there's a union of those two elements that kind of fuse. But I'll say, yes, those have been one of the things that we have to talk about with AI and ML, right? This is not the first conference that's talked about the topic, right? And if we go back to our original statistics books, right, probabilistic statistics have been going on for many decades. And because of that, we've had to have traceability, but also even preceding all this stuff, right, coming to the modern era, right, are all the policies on privacy and proper use. For example, we have plenty of data that can only be used for non-law enforcement purposes, and we have data that can only be used for law enforcement purposes, and they have to be very much bifurcated. They cannot see each other. So there are natural limits, per se, to what you could do, but we adhere adamantly to that. And as a consequence, you have to have very good data management in order to make sure that you don't spill and have those two bits mingle. So data tagging, absolutely, we've had that in place. Thankfully, that preceded our office, the CDO. But there's also other privacy considerations, of course, to go in there long before all of the current AI, standards have come out. And I'm definitely looking forward to what NIST comes out with in terms of cryptology and other types of standards that come out. Anyway, maybe I'll just kind of pause to that and say, yes, of course, absolutely, yes. And have we used technologies to try and do those classifications and categorization? Heck yeah. We've definitely been on that. But I'll stop at that and pass along.
So one topic I think for my agency that I'm thinking of when you ask this question is our chemicals review process. And so it is very important, as there are different phases within that process, that we are tracing the right amount of data, and we're tracing it through the process the correct way, so that we can get the review process over and done with in the correct manner. At the same time, we do use tagging, but we also keywords and making sure that our libraries can focus on the exact words that we're looking for, and making sure that the systems can organize that way. So moving forward, I think, on a personal note, of course, for it to be traced correctly, it's just data monitoring the same way, and governance monitoring, and of course, risk management, which we haven't talked about yet, but that is absolutely a huge part of the process.
All right, well, thankfully we have some risk management people on the panel that can speak to that element of it.
So you were talking about, implicit bias, right? And when I was thinking about it, I thought about it from two different perspectives. When, within the world that I live in crop insurance, because, we owe it to our stakeholder, our farmer, to know, because if you're gonna be paying your insurance premium every year, you're gonna wanna know how that was, that we came up with that. Mm-hmm. So we use historical data, right, to do our rating, and our methodology is published on our website, so everyone can go and look at it. And I think that level of transparency is critical to ensuring that your stakeholder know, that the farmer knows how we're doing their rating, right, on their on their policy. When I think about it from a personal level, so before I came back to the USDA, I was in academia, so I spent 6 years teaching data science. And what part of that process was learning, to teach, just not decision tree, but like you get to the more complex algorithm, you start thinking about neural networks, and you start thinking about, random forest, words that none of us say in daily life, right? And you start thinking, okay, how am I gonna explain this to someone? What does this mean? And I think that we really, as a society, haven't really come to terms with that mean yet, right? Because when we talk about implicit bias, we know that within the data that we're using in the model that we're, especially when you get to these very complex algorithms like random forest or neural network, it's black box. We don't really know how it's being trained. So how do we know what implicit bias we as humans have is being, put into those algorithms, codified in those algorithms? And there are now studies showing how these algorithms, are codifying biases against, people of color, against women, right? In many ways. And I think we just haven't had that conversation as a society yet, So that's on a personal note. That's nothing to dealing with risk management.
No, but insightful all the same. And Suman, we'll take it on over to you.
Sure. So in my mind, I'm not going to speak for Copyright Office because I'm not a lawyer and I do not have that legal expertise to, authoritatively say that. But Bias definitely plays a role when we copyright anything. It does not, it's not just, you put a paper or a poem or an image there and we look at it, okay, whether it's copyrightable or not. There's a lot of algorithm behind the scene, whether this work was done before, whether somebody copied the image or somebody just, maneuvered some words and made new phrases and trying to copyright those things. So there's a lot of information there that we look into. Unless we have the whole, plethora of data sets, we cannot just narrow down into just a small subset of information and publish that information and say, hey, this is what the decision is. For example, a very simple example of face recognition. If we are taking a subset of certain ethnic race and forming an algorithm around that, and then we are running the same algorithm on every facial expression, is it fair? It's not fair, because it has been trained to recognize certain ethnic race or certain stature or certain figure. It's not applicable to everybody. So unless we have that huge amount of data is key for any AI program. We need that data in real time, a quality data, which is governed, which has a good privacy model around it, and it's unbiased. So it is very important.
All right, let's talk policy for a second, because what we're seeing here with this panel is some awesome showcases of AI and data being put to good use, and we want to spread those pockets of excellence across government here, and that's what policy can do at the end of the day. We've seen some attention from the White House with this. Last month we saw from the Office of Science and Technology Policy a blueprint for an AI Bill of Rights. It was essentially a gussied up white paper at the end of the day. There's no binding effect to it, but Damien, you mentioned NIST, and they've put some thoughts behind all things AI and AI transparency. But let's phrase it this way: what are your North Stars from a policy standpoint, from a guidance standpoint, in advancing this AI work?
I started time. Anyone want to go? Okay, I'll jump on one deck. North Star. Well, feels like there's many. Honestly, to some degree, I'll say our North Star is actually like the South Star. It's all that privacy law and other kind of aspects and law and policy and legislation that all came about before all of this is still very much in place. So I feel like that's still a big backbone and a strength behind all of this. Now, where does it get fringe at the end? Certainly, my colleagues mentioned explainability, of the algorithms. That's certainly been the big talk, and I know that a lot of people within the business have been very fearful that actually extremes of explainability might limit the capacity and power of certain things to do what they need to do. But certainly there's internal for DHS, we have internal policy. There's also federal-wide policy. Anyway, I don't know. I guess I go with, if there's North Star, I still want to say that there's still all the huge backbone of preceding policies and laws that were in place are what we still very much follow. A lot of those other standards, whether they're state, local, federal, that are in play in NIST and other AI councils, have nice long lists of all the different new laws and legislation that are in play right now. I think it's interesting. A lot of them do go towards the bias component, and also things actually, funny enough, I was just glancing through it actually before this meeting and noticing, wow, there's a lot of laws all popping up around hiring in particular, and the use of AI in hiring, as opposed to necessarily what I think people sometimes maybe with our organizations think about AI in the use of core operations. But there's, operations include all these other aspects of our organization. You have to hire people. Anyway, so I'll just pause at that, but I did want to just take one little second for the explainability for a second note. One topics I haven't come up, and since I'm seeing vendors and other different types of folks around here in the room, if anyone's got truth sets, you can't really help with bias. You can't really work with bias unless you have multi-models and very good, robust, good truth sets. Without them, you're kind of dead in the water. And certainly in all of our organizations, I think probably one of the most difficult difficult things that have been tried, sometimes failed, and try to be built are those, honestly, the truth sets. And if you know what I mean by truth sets, that's what you train the AI and the ML on. And if that ain't good, then the whole thing ain't good, right? So, so I'll stop at that, shake a leg, and move over to my friends.
So currently there aren't any federal laws regulating AI, and there's a very good reason for that. All of our different agencies and departments have different needs, right? So it's very hard to develop these policies in a centralized way if my agency needs one thing and Damien's agency needs a whole nother thing. So how do we get on the same page with policy? So for EPA's policies, we try to make sure that we are following the DoD. We also had the AI Bill of Rights come out just a little bit before in October. And so as we continue to move forward, we want to try and add as much as we can to create policies that will work across the government, but can we centralize them? I'm not 100% sure. We might have great policies and continue to add to them, but it's just open for discussion, and I'm looking forward to seeing if we can work together to create the best policy for everyone.
Sure, I totally agree with both my panelists here about there are lots of data policies and every agency is different, their needs are different. The greatest thing is, do we understand where we are, where we want to go with AI? The whole fear of unknown, that, what AI brings to us, how we can use the capability, how we can harness the power of AI into a positive direction, and how we can regulate that. There is a whole lot of discussion of AI as a person. There are so much information out there, but still there's a fear what we got and how we can harness to go where. Do we have the right skill sets? Do we have the training and research programs to train those skill sets so we can use them to use the data? Do we have that enormous amount of data that we can harness to build algorithms on that? Do we have unbiased algorithms? There's a lot of things to consider, and that definitely depends on the agency need or the government need. For instance, Finland has an agenda of leading applications in AI. Canada wants to lead in research and development and training. US has taken more of market research policy approach. So we need to understand what we want for our agency or for our government or for country as a whole, what we want, where do we want to go, and what do we have, how we harness that. So those policies specific to those areas definitely would help us go where we need to go. And transparency and the people process technology is very important, but I feel like the whole idea we miss is the cultural shift from what we are doing. We are in our comfort zone. We are moving from whole person-based to a technology-based future. So how do we educate our people? How do we bring them from their comfort zone and get into this more different world to work with the technology and data and move into a different era? So whole cultural shift, the organizational change management is important here. Data literacy that was mentioned before is very important and very key for people to understand what they're working on. I have simple examples in my office. We were looking into some data sets that were never explored before. And when we brought the data sets to the users and showed them, hey, look, your data means 3 different things in your application and the data set. What do you say? There's a confusion because they have been calling the same data sets in 3 different names, thinking they're talking about 3 different things. The standardization of data, the governance, those things are very important to understand and move in that direction. Thank you.
So I think we've heard right now talking about, having good quality data, right? And being able to define what is it that you want to do and having data literacy. So I think one thing that I would like to think and add is that I personally, I don't feel like we're ever going to get to a day where all of us will become AI expert and know what's going to happen, right? In the same way that, I'm not an accountant. I don't know how to make sense of a balance sheet. But I trust that there are auditors out there, right, that know how this works and that can audit it. It can say, this company, this organization, financial, is in good shape. And I think we'll get to a day where that's going to happen too. There will have to be expert who can audit algorithm, who can say, right, this makes sense. And this is not a new idea. I mean, a few years ago, there was a book published. It has a great title, and it's called "Weapon of Math Destructions." Right? I don't know how you've read that, but in it, she talks about that, right? Like there's going to need to be a day where they have to be expert, and and so I think that's going to have to be at some point in society. We're going to need expert like that who will audit those algorithms, so that the rest of us can say, okay, this is going to be used for the right reason, right? And until then, we're going to be living in this kind of gray area.
All right. Well, I see we're getting close to time here, so I'll let everyone out in the audience think of some questions if they haven't already thought of one. I'll never run out of questions, so I can just keep going here. But I'll give you one question. Everyone else, percolate in your minds if you have any questions here. We've been talking a lot about the nuts and bolts of this. What do you think is the biggest bottleneck or pain point for further implementation for the rollout of AI in government?
Okay, I can take this one. Senior leadership support. And I mean that because we talked in this panel today about building the foundation, having good data management, being able to know what is it that you're looking for, what questions you want to answer, right? And a lot of that require expert skill set. But in order for that to happen, in order for things to move forward, there has to be support from senior leadership. Senior leadership have to trust the people underneath them to make it happen, right? And so to me, I think that's a key ingredient. That often we talk about problems and solution in a technical term, right? But we need to frame it in a much larger perspective.
Yeah, that brings out a great point of procurement policy in AI that should be addressed, since we definitely need a funding and also some kind of a strategy to procure and bring it to fruition of implementation of AI. So besides having a management bias, a procurement policy, and other than that, we do need the availability of data and security and all the technical work that we discussed about.
I'm going to look at it as from a different perspective. So we talk a lot about AI and machine learning. We use all these very big words, concatenation to data lakes to all of that. But actually one huge component that we haven't hit is just basic communication. And so when we get to all this technical stuff, I mean, amongst my colleagues, of course, we know what we're talking about, but does that matter if we can't talk to our audience about it? Absolutely not. If you can't understand anything that's coming out of my mouth, then what else sucks? I don't get any money for what I want to do next. That's the goal, isn't it? So I think mostly us having a common nomenclature amongst scientists, mathematicians, data analysts, to get the point across to those who are not in our offices, so that we can move forward with AI and data science. So as much as I love talking about it all day, if I'm in a group or setting with my leadership and that person is not a technical person, or even multi-generational, right? So we're going into a whole new unprecedented world, utilizing AI and technology, and we have children who are utilizing it from birth, as opposed to still talking to my senior management, and this has nothing to do with age, I'm not going there. It's just experience. So if I can't talk across the board to everyone in that room, especially when I'm trying to put forth an AI project, with utilizing my data analytics skills, whether I was in American University, Georgetown University, Howard University, it does not matter if we do not have communication.
All right, Damien, you might get the final word here. Any closing thoughts in terms of bottlenecks or pain points?
Well, I'll definitely side with all of my colleagues on a lot of the pain points here. In particular, the inertia of existing projects, right? All right, because oftentimes when you do get procurement, right, it's oftentimes on 3-5 year cycles. So time to change. Sometimes, right? Can you change all the vehicles in that time? Anyway, but inertia is certainly kind of part of it. Contracting, part of it. Certainly and actually I like hearing the word data literacy, because We've absolutely in our shop seen fit to create a whole branch for it because we recognize just how much you need to have all levels of the organization, right? You can train all of the rank and file as much as possible, but if no one at the top right is asking for those products, then no one's making per se. Long story short, yes, I agree with everybody. Data literacy is a part of it. Trying to get right that senior level to become comfortable with the black box and hopefully find ways to generate explainability so it's not a black box. And also, we're definitely going to have to be nimble with the way our development cycles are working so that we can adjust as the landscape adjusts.
All right, all right. Well, I realize we're the final stop here in a pretty marathon session of a day, but are there any questions before we get the hook? Maybe one question, anyone? We answered all the questions, guys. There's no more questions.
They might have had too much to eat. Great.
Going once, going twice? All right, well, let's give our esteemed panel, oh, do we have?
Oh, we got one under the wire?
No?
We sure? Okay, she's almost went to you because I knew you were good for a question.
Hello. So unlike some of the other federal agencies we've heard from today, like the DHS and the DoD, some of you represent agencies that may actually have data that's very useful for public access, stakeholders like journalists, activists, nonprofits. Is there any discussion amongst your staff and colleagues or at the CDO Council or the CIO Council about efforts to make this more easily accessible to the public? And like, what's the general attitude towards public access from your point of view and experience?
I will take this from Copyright Office. We are trying to publish as much as data online, so researchers, academia, any common citizen can download those data sets and do some research, and if they have some feedbacks for us, definitely, we would love to hear from them, and if you have any specific information you need to know, please reach out to me, I'll let you know.
So speaking in terms of the agricultural space, because in the USDA, we do have 2 federal principal statistical agencies. There is a lot of public information that are put out constantly. One thing that I would recommend is that there is twice a year, the USDA put together this conference. It's about a half-day event. It's called the USDA Data User Meeting. And anyone can attend, and you can come and ask questions, from different agencies within the USDA, and whatever your question happened to be. So just you can Google that. We just had our last meeting this week, so the next one will be in the springtime.
Any other answers?
Well, I have a specific use case that I'm working on. So for the chemical review process, there's a whole process of a document or a video or any type of information regarding chemicals goes through this very complex process, and luckily I'm a part of building the system to get that through so that we can get you publications so it's open to the public. That process is not as fast as I know you would hope, but at the same time I'm happy to be a part of it, and as we continue, I'm looking forward to kind of speeding up that process if we can, but we want to make sure that it's done correctly and thoroughly.
All right, Damien, can't leave you out here. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'll just say, you mentioned DHS, but actually, I'm very happy that, for example, our agency is definitely actively looking at more public data. And I'll be happy to say, for example, we just launched our a interactive tool for eligible to naturalize dashboard on the USCIS website, and we've already had the H-1B hub, and we're planning out to put more and more and more out. We've built a whole infrastructure, technical infrastructure, in order to purposefully get lots more data out there. So look forward to it. It's coming. We are opening, and the doors are there. So
awesome, awesome. Let's give them one final round of applause here, guys.
Great panel, Jory. Thank you for doing this. Is that your grandfather there? See, I'm going to embarrass everybody here. Yeah. Well, he was very proud of you, and you actually lived up to the hype too. It was pretty good. Great, thank you all.
Well, thanks again.
Well, that is closing the program. I got to appreciate the diehards that stick here the whole day. I mean, you ate and you still showed up, and really, really appreciate that. I'd like to thank all of our partners, great partners of ATARC. They do lots of different things with us. It's fantastic, and we'll continue the conversation through our working groups and other events that we're going to have to do. And I've been told that you can do this QR code and register for the next event. There's always a next event. We're going to be doing this on November 30th after the holidays. So very excited about that. Everybody stay safe, enjoy the holidays, and we'll see you the next time. Thank you.